So let's go ahead and get started. Maybe Forstein will join us here in a couple minutes. Are you ready, Joe?
Just one moment. It's connecting to YouTube right now.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, here we go. Welcome to the February 16th, 2021 City Planning Commission meeting. It's nice to see everybody, even without your hats and scarves and mittens. It's pretty darn cold outside, so if you put them on, I totally understand. We appreciate everybody being here today as we hold our City Planning Commission meetings virtually. This is the best way, in our opinion, to provide a venue to address land use improvements and changes with the constituents of Kansas City, Missouri. Once the pandemic emergency ends, we will reevaluate how our meetings will be held and determine the best path moving forward. So to keep our meetings efficient, we've implemented time limits for the cases we hear. 5 minutes for staff presentations, 20 minutes for applicant presentations. And when we move to public comment, please limit comments to 2 minutes for individuals or 5 minutes for those representing a community, association, or larger group. These time limits will be enforced, so I encourage everyone to be clear, brief, and non-repetitive. Just another reminder, the city is going through a comprehensive plan update with the new one titled KC Spirit Playbook. To share information or to learn more about what's going on with the update, please go online at playbook.kcmo.gov. So as we get started here, I asked staff to briefly provide some ground rules and instructions for all of us to ensure that we have minimal disruption and maximize clarity. So Joe, do you mind going through those ground rules, please?
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Chair. The basic ground rules, most of us have learned some Zoom etiquette at this point, but for the commission, since this is a public hearing, when you have joined as an attendee, if you could please change your screen name to your first and last name so we know who you are. I see a few people on there with some initials and one phone number, which you may not be able to change if it's a phone number, but if you can try to do that, that would be helpful to us. When you have a case, if you're an applicant or a member of the applicant team, when I call the case or read it, please raise your hand and we'll promote you to a panelist position. Whenever you're promoted to a panelist position, it will momentarily appear as though you're being dropped, but you will come back in to Zoom. And at that point, you'll be able to be seen if you have your camera on and be heard if you're unmuted. The same is true for any citizens who wish to testify on any case. Whenever the chair calls for a public hearing, please raise your hand and we'll promote you over to a panelist position so that you can be heard and seen. The only other ground rule is just to make sure that you're muted when you are not speaking and unmute yourself when you're ready to speak. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and get started with today's meeting. Joe, let's go through the consent agenda items. Do you want to start with the continuance of a couple of those items?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we have a continuance of docket item C2, which is case number final plat 2020-00040. This is for Fountain Hills 12th plat located at 1755 Northwest 96. Staff is recommending continuance to March 2nd without fee.
Okay, so we've got a request for continuance of docket item C2. Any questions about the continuance from the commission? Okay, is there anybody from the public that's raised their hand about continuing docket item C2?
Mr. Chair, no one has raised their hand.
Okay, we'll take a motion for the continuance.
I move to continue docket item C2 to March 2nd without a fee.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. Lisa, do you mind taking roll call, please? And remember that Dr. Hill is not with us today, and I see Forstein has joined us.
Yep. Commissioner Allender?
Aye.
Baker?
Aye.
Beasley?
Aye.
Proud?
Aye.
Enders?
Aye.
Rojas?
Aye.
And Sadowski?
Aye.
Okay, it looks like motion passes 7-0 to continue docket item C2 to March 2nd. Let's go ahead and with the other consent agenda items.
Chairman,
Yes, sir.
Joe, we just got an email from Stacy that she wants C1 continued, I guess, to 3-2 also.
Okay,
Okay,
I'll go, Mr. Chair, I can go ahead and read that and then we can see if the applicant has
Okay.
anything to say about it.
that'll be good.
Docket item C1, case number final plat 2020-00046, Blue River Commerce Center, formerly known as the Bannister Complex at 1500 East Bannister Road. This is a final plat to create one lot on 24 acres.
Okay. So it sounds like staff is requesting this be continued. Can we kind of listen into that and then hear from the applicant as well?
I think Stacy is on the line, so she can go ahead and.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. This is Stacy Lowe, Division Manager of Land Development. I received an email over the weekend from this applicant stating some concerns with some of the conditions that were on this case, and I did not have adequate time to evaluate the removal of those conditions. That's why I'm requesting a continuance to March 2nd.
Okay. Is there anybody from the applicant available on the call?
I'm promoting Chris Chancellor right now.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, this is Chris Chancellor with North Point Development. And we're fine with a continuance to the next Planning Commission meeting while we give staff a chance to take a look at a couple of conditions on the letter.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any questions from the commission? All right. Is there anybody else maybe from the public that would like to speak about this case? I take it there is none, so I will go ahead and take a motion to continue docket item C1 to March 2nd.
I move to continue docket item C1 to March 2nd without fee.
So second.
Second,
We've got a motion and a second to continue docket item C1 to March 2nd. Lisa, do you mind taking roll call, please?
Commissioner Allender,
aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Prowl,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
Sadowski. Aye.
Okay, looks like motion passes to continue docket item C1 to March 2nd. Okay, how about docket item C3?
Docket item C3 is case number CPC 2020-00034 for Hillcrest Apartments located at the northeast corner of East 87th and I-435, or about 1,000 feet north of East 87th Street. Staff is recommending approval with conditions.
Okay, is there any questions from the commission on docket item C3? Looks like this was one that's been back to us a couple of times to make sure we get all the documentation.
You're correct, Mr. Chairman. This case was continued back on January 5th to allow the applicant to submit a revised color elevation. And we also continued it on February 2nd. And since then, Joe and I had time to meet with the applicant, and we did make some recommendation. And if you want, I have some documents of the revised plans they submitted and what's still outstanding, if you want me to present that.
Yes, please do.
Okay. Joe, can you see if the applicant is online? I think it should be Kurt Yoda. Okay,
promoted.
Ben.
Yeah, I promoted Ben and Kurt. I'm promoting right now.
Okay, thank you. I'll go really, really quick.
Okay.
Share. All right. Okay, the site is located in the southern part of the city, just off 435 and East 87th Street. If you recall, this is an existing development, and we did an amendment to the plan back in December. The council passed an ordinance that amended the plan to allow for the apartments to then be constructed at the site. This is a project plan for the apartment that now should have the details of the landscaping, building elevation, and all the signage and lighting plan. What happened was they submitted elevations that were black and white, and at the meeting, you wanted to see the colored elevation. Again, the building as proposed is proposed to be constructed of warm gray, pre-finished hardy plank siding and gray stucco base first floor with white accents on balconies and entry canopies. When we met with them, staff recommended that the plan be revised to provide some articulation along the roof line of the building, and then also to provide some brick or stone on the first floor. Staff also had some concern about the canopy over the windows, and I'll show you that in a few minutes. So this were the elevation that were attached to your staff report. So this is there are two buildings. One is a 30-unit building and the other one is an 18-unit building for a total of 48 units. So this is what was in the report and you saw, and you wanted a colored elevation. And this was the 18-unit that was attached to your staff report. Since then, the applicant has further submitted this, thereby clarifying what they are. The reason is that since it's gray and white, that's pretty much the color. So the rendering was hard to detect. So the applicant submit this as the revised plan, then further calling out what all those building materials are. And these are the revised ones the applicant submitted. This is the color palette submitted by the applicant. And this is a rendering. So we ask for rendering so we're able to see what it's going to look like. So this is a rendering, and I had questions as to what this canopy over the windows are going to be made of, and they say it's going to be I think it says a plexiglass, and it just sits over the window. I wanted some additional details on it, and I don't have that yet. So I'll go through the additional renderings provided by the applicant, and the architect is on board, so he should be able to explain this better to you. So they did provide some variation in the roof line as recommended by staff, but what they did not provide was any stone or bricks along the first floor. So
What is the material proposed along the first floor then?
it's stucco, just stucco, ephes or stucco.
Okay.
So with that, staff's recommendation is for approval subject to the 29 condition attached in the staff report, of which I had added number 2. The number 2 is that the developer submit revised building elevation by staff and CPC recommendation prior to issue a building permit. So staff's concern still remains that we want some form of bricks. So if the CPC's recommendation today is to support staff and ask for brick or stone, I will need that revised elevation submitted to me prior to issuing the building permit. And with that, that ends my presentation, and I will leave it to the applicant.
Okay.
Members of the commission, I'm Ben Allers. I'm the architect for the project, and this is sort of a boutique, a small apartment project. It sits back from the road quite a ways, and it's within a lot of greenery. So we thought the gray and white and gray and black would be a nice contrast and sort of stand out within the site. The eyebrows on the windows were originally glass, and we've changed those to metal. So that it's a black metal that would, it's still, the eyebrows are there for sun shading, and as well as the way the elevations vary quite a bit. I know the elevations that we presented didn't really show how much variation there is in the facades. So you can see the wings at the balconies of every unit sort of stick out and provide a shadow line all the way along the elevation. But we did agree that the roof could be varied, and so we've added a thickness to the tops of those wings, another foot or so that they do stand out a little better than they did before. With regard to the brick and stone, we really feel this is a sort of contemporary approach to design, and it's a smaller developer. Budget is a real problem, or not a problem, but a concern. And adding brick or stone, even as a sort of a base of 2 feet, for instance, would add quite a bit of cost comparatively to the project. And we really think this is a pretty sharp looking design already, and feel that the way the original approach was is the appropriate approach for this kind of a project. So we'd like you to consider allowing us not to have to do stone or brick. It kind of changes the style of the building as well. So we're a little bit concerned about that as well.
Okay, any questions from the commission to the applicant or staff on this?
I had a question for Olufu. For the brick, the requirement of brick, I'm not necessarily disagreeing with that concern, but I just want to try to figure out where do we, or does the applicant look for that sort of stipulation when they're trying to determine what their requirements are? Is that something in the code that requires a certain amount of durability at the base, or?
No, that's not, it's not in the code. It's just from a normal design. As opposed to having stucco on the ground level, we've always normally requested for brick or stone. So all the apartments you've seen, and sorry, I did not have pictures of prior projects, but all the projects we've seen usually have that sturdy brick or stone base, at least some level of it, so that contact with actual ground floor is minimized versus where you just have stucco or ephes.
Okay.
And we left it to the applicant in terms of design to incorporate those. We just required that he put some element of those as part of the design.
And did you stipulate the height to which the brick would be above the
No, we
grade?
did not. We just
Okay.
wanted him to just incorporate
Something, okay,
something in there that.
okay.
Okay, any other questions? Joe, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony.
Mr. Chair, no one is raising their hand.
Okay,
Mr. Chair, I do have a question for the applicant.
sure.
In terms of the eyebrows, is that going to be pitched or is it just going to be flat?
Hang on. It's just a slight slope, just enough for drainage.
Okay, because with the snow and snow load now, you need to make sure that, you know, whatever lands there does, you know, slide off or drain off.
Right.
Can you provide at least some simple detail? Because what I see here still shows it as being flat, and how you intend to. I thought the last time you were going to pull from the building plans and send me how you were going to attach it.
Well, yes, I did. I sent that to our engineers, who I think are not represented this morning. So it didn't get passed on to you, apparently. It's a steel structure. It's made up of angles. One angle sort of below the metal pan and one angle above, and it sort of slides, the metal pan slides into the two angles at each side. And it's sort of open to the front then. So any drainage will go straight off the front. And it
Okay,
bolts
that-
back into the structure of the building.
Okay, thank you. That leaves the question of a stone or brick along the first floor.
You
I guess
want me to
I would
find-
just,
Is this something that can be worked out as part of that condition too? Just curious that you're wanting to add.
The applicant does not want to do it, so I want it to be
Okay.
clear that if that's not a requirement, then CPC can either side with the applicant or side with staff.
Okay,
He told us he does not want to do any brick or stone on the first floor. So.
That's right. Along with the cost, it just seems like it doesn't fit this style of architecture for some reason. It just kind of turns it back into something more traditional, and this is really not a traditional design.
In terms of my preference on this, while I, from an artistic perspective, dislike that we always put, some sort of masonry on the bottom, best intentions acknowledged in terms of landscaping. If it gets dirty with weed whackers, et cetera, the idea of white stucco holding up over time, I think there's no comparison as to how it'll hold up over time. And so what's nice about some sort of masonry is that it guarantees some sort of integrity over the long term. And so I think there are lots of creative ways to create something that still will look good and new and fresh and different. And so I'll be supportive of staff's recommendations as they're written, or staff's conditions as they're written.
I think I have a concern, I guess, because I've been on the other side of this, of like really understanding what the requirements are, because as you're designing, you want to kind of have that in mind. And if I feel like design really suffers if you kind of come back later in the 11th hour and say, hey, can you add a couple feet of brick here? If it was up to me and cost was no issue, I would just replace all of that stucco with masonry, but that is a significant cost. And so, I think it would really suffer if it was just a couple feet off the ground. That would just be sort of a little busy. So I don't know. I think it'd be great if it was masonry. I also agree with Tyler. I think there's some durability issues, especially with how light the color is. But I don't really like that there's not certainty for the applicant in terms of what materials they can use. So I feel like we should have that a little more codified before I really put my foot down on it. Kobe, do you have any opinion on that? Because I think I just want to make sure that I'm speaking to how the commission's dealt with aesthetics before.
A lot of times with the aesthetics, it does come back to staff as to what the requirements are and how we enforce that. I think at this piece, we've gone through a development plan. There's been some, standards written as part of that and expectation. And then now they've come through with the actual building elevations, and we're just trying to make sure that it fits and matches the area. And also, you kind of tie it back to the area plan as well. And that's where you get some of that design standards and look that you're looking for. So, that's what staff has gone by, is what's recommended in the actual area plan to make sure this does fit not only today, but, long-term tomorrow on that.
Can I just
Commissioner
add-
Sadowski, one of the other things that I thought about was, as we've seen a variation of plans where some people submit really, really well done landscaping plans and some people submit something that like what we've seen. For me, if I had seen something that had really nice landscaping in front of it, I would have a kind of an understanding of what the expectation was, not only for the initial landscaping, but then also the intended upkeep and the amount of money spent on a 48-unit apartment dwelling. But for me, looking at it as it is and having requested the extra, mock-ups of this, to me, I fear, that if the grass turns a little muddy, and then there's a hard rain, all of a sudden we have brown stucco, which is super hard to clean on the whole bottom half. And so I do understand completely and empathize with what you're saying about, as a developer, you'd want to have a better understanding of what's expected. But I also kind of like sometimes that flexibility where should this have been a different plan, where there was a rock bed with landscaping in front of the stucco, then there would be no concerns on my part, because you're not going to have lawnmowers or weed whackers or people hitting the side of a soft building, and you're also not going to have the opportunity for it to get dirty. So again, I agree in general, it's better to forecast or broadcast what our expectations are, but I also don't mind a little bit of leeway here and there.
So
If I
maybe
can
there's
add
go
one
ahead.
thing.
Go ahead, Ben.
Sorry, Kurt Yoder's on the meeting too, and there is a landscaping plan that Kurt's team has come up with. I don't know if he submitted that or not, so that's in place. The other thing is we were just caught by surprise on the design intent, because this was done originally in the same sort of design element, assuming that we had zoning on the property to start with. And then as we went through this last 12 months of back and forth, we still didn't know that there were any particular requirements for the materials until about a month ago. So that took us by surprise. And I guess in the future, we would recommend that something be written down so that we can follow the guidelines immediately and not have to come up with something in the last ditch effort here. But Kurt, maybe you could comment on the landscape.
Well, I would just comment, yeah, we have a landscape plan that you can look at, and we're providing, I guess I would call them flower beds, but shrubs along most of the exterior of the buildings that I believe would have rock mulch. I can't say for sure, but it would be shown on the landscape plan that we provided. And also, I would just say it's going to be in our client's best interest to maintain its building. He's trying to appeal to a younger generation that he thinks is going to be moving to this area due to businesses growing in this area. So I don't think there's going to be an issue of durability of the stucco and maintaining the stucco.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, the landscape plan is on page 9 of your staff report.
Yeah.
And I would add, if there is some sort of stone requirement, we would very much prefer to have some sort of number or amount of square footage or amount of percentage that the sides of the building need to be covered in stone. I'm going to guess from our architect's standpoint, we would rather not have 3 different materials in this type of style of building. But it's not going to be cost effective to replace the entire stucco area with stone.
Yeah, sorry for overlooking that. Yeah, it does appear that there's no areas where grass is going to hit the building. Is that correct? So it's all buffered.
Yes, I believe so.
I think my feeling is that I lean towards leaving it as it is. Again, I just like having certainty, and I think, again, we can codify whatever we want if we want to have more explicit design guidelines around that. But I don't like the idea that each project kind of gets hit by surprise on some of these. And I do think that, the landscaping, like you said, Tyler, we have a pretty good buffer there. I'm not terribly worried about it.
And so to be clear, so you want to remove or amend condition number 2?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. So I got a motion.
Mr. Chair, this is Joe. Can I just say one thing?
You bet.
The commission held this, we had a condition we recommended to finalize the elevations and materials with the applicant, and this commission held it off, wanting them to come back with those details, yet we weren't provided as staff any guidance for what to expect. our area plans all of our area plans, we have 18 of them, say that the expectation for materiality is high quality, durable materials. And staff has always interpreted that to mean masonry is to the extent possible and realistic. So that's what we always kind of start with, and that's what our expectation is. I would just ask that the commission, next time you hold something off because you want us to work with the customer to bring back revisions, that you specify what you're looking for. If it's not this, because we were going off of what we've always done, and it would be helpful next time. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Joe. Olafu, can you bring back up what you're suggesting that number 2 be stated?
Can you see it, Mr. Chair? Is it visible?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay.
So it's on it states about the same, it says the same thing that's in the staff report.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so at this time, we'll close all testimony and just speak amongst the commission on this. So if you don't mind taking that back down so we can see everybody here. So I think Joe's right. We need to make sure when we go back and ask, originally this was sent back because I thought that there just wasn't any colored elevations and, just didn't meet the requirements that we had. And just wanted to have that information so we can make a solid decision before moving forward on the thing. Now there appears to still be an issue on what the materials should be as part of this submittal. So I'm curious from the rest of the commission what your thoughts are, whether we maintain the condition number 2 as it's stated and get that, get this straightened out based on what we're looking for as far as something a little bit different than stucco at the bottom, continue with the hardier material or what? Mr. Rojas, you want to start first? Your thought?
No, I'll pass on it.
I'm sorry?
I'll pass.
Okay. James?
I'm leaning towards Commissioner Sadowski's point of view, but this is not really my expertise, so I'll defer it to our architect in the group.
Okay.
And maybe just to clarify, I just want to say, I haven't been in this exact specific condition with KCMO, so I don't want to make it sound like, that it's an apples to apples comparison, but because I've done projects where we do brick on the bottom, but it was sort of set from the beginning, so it wasn't as much of a back and forth. But I just want to make sure that we're clear with applicants on what the expectation is from the very beginning, so that design doesn't get too far down the road. So
okay.
I'm open, not knowing as much about the process, maybe as Kobe and Joe can speak to it. But I'm leaning towards giving more certainty on this than just sort of the words around durable materials feels a little bit vague to me.
I kind of, as I just crunch the numbers on what my guess is for the cost of building this place based upon presumed square footage per unit of 48 units, and then what I anticipate most apartments to cost to build. I mean, I do think that on the whole, we want developers to, as they said, it's in their best interest to keep the building up over time, which is great. We can't play any role in the upkeep long term. What we can play a role in, and what we can weigh in on is creating something that will have sustainable durability over time. And so I do think that without having to call out specific materials, I like that we say durable materials, and that is left up to one's interpretation. And then I do think that this is the right process. So fortunately, in the many cases we've seen, we haven't had this a lot where people are like, oh, you guys keep on changing materials on us. This is really frustrating. Most people do interpret it the way that it's written, and they put something that doesn't cause any consternation for us. And we're able to just feel good about it and not try to, nitpick people's artistic choices. So in that mindset, although I understand the frustration for the applicant, I still think that it makes sense to keep the wording that Olafu has.
Okay, Bruce, any comment?
Just looking at the landscaping and so forth, I think I'm fine with how the applicant has on the materials that they've got at this point in time, knowing that we haven't given a lot of direction to them. So I'll be fine with the plans as submitted.
Okay, and Forstein.
Well, I'm not even sure of what I'm looking at for this landscaping. I just see circles around the parking spaces. I am in support of staff. I think that they have more experience of how projects can accommodate some of their instructions. I believe that the applicant can look at cost savings and other ways to improve this, not only the appearance, but the sustainability that we have a concern with. So I'm in favor of asking for what staff has pursued with this applicant. I don't understand the eyebrows that they have on the building. So I think that's an issue that staff still wanted additional clarification from them on as well. So that's where I am.
Okay. Just my thought again, we're following the area plan. That's what's required in that, and durable materials. We want it to be a nice facility. We understand cost is a concern and how they come together, but we also wanted to make sure that it lasts and we get something a lot better than our Sherwin-Williams building on Berry Road. That's my thought. And frankly, I prefer that we stick to what staff has written in the staff report. So with that, I think, go ahead.
Yeah, purely as in interest of pushing forward what I want. And so feel free to vote otherwise. I'm going to go ahead and move to approve C3 as written.
Okay, so I've got a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second to for approval of C3 with conditions as written. Lisa, do you mind taking roll call, please? Lisa? Joe, can you take roll call, please?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and take it.
Okay.
Allender.
No.
Okay. Crowell.
Yay.
Beasley.
Yes.
Rojas.
Aye.
Baker.
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Sadowski.
Nay.
Okay, so it looks like the motion passes 5-2 to continue on approval of docket item C3 with the conditions as written. Thank you. We appreciate your patience on this and understanding, with this, and good luck with your project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Joe, let's go ahead and move on. Looks like we've got a number of continuances to go through. You
Yeah,
don't
that's
mind
right.
doing that, please?
Yeah. I do want to point out that we do have one correction to the agenda on docket item 5. It currently says we recommend approval. On that one, we're going to be recommending continuance. and I'll just call it in the order of the agenda.
Okay,
Starting with docket item 1, we have 2 cases, 1.1 and 1.2. 1.1 is case number CPC 2020-00171. A request to approve a rezoning from B1 to B3 to allow automotive uses at 5030 Blue Ridge Cutoff. Docket item 1.2, case number CPC 2020-00172. A request to approve an amendment to the Stadium Park East area plan to change the recommended land use from mixed-use community to commercial on the same property. Staff is recommending continuance of these to March 2nd without fee. Docket item 4, case number CPC 2020-00181. Request to approve a council approved sign plan at 4001 East 149th Street for the I-49 Industrial Center. Staff is recommending continuance off docket with fee. Docket item 5, case number SUP 2020-00058, 125 Linwood drive-through, a special use permit for a drive-through restaurant at 125 Linwood. Staff is recommending continuance of this case to March 2nd without fee. Docket item 6, case number SUP 2020-00025, express stop at 8729 Blue Ridge Boulevard. This is a request for a special use permit for gasoline and fuel sales. Staff is recommending continuance to March 16th without fee. Docket item 7.1, case number CPC 2019-00065. This is the 45th and Troost mixed use development. This is a request to approve a finding of blight and a general development plan for a PIEA project located at on the west side of Troost between 45th on the north and Brush Creek Boulevard on the south. Docket item 7.2, a companion case for the same project. This is a request to approve a rezoning from B3-2 to District UR to allow the development of 2 mixed-use buildings, including about 100 residential units at the same location. Staff is recommending continuance of these 2 cases to March 2nd without fee. Docket item 8, case number CPC 2020-00198, the Uptown Theater UR plan. Staff is recommending continuance of this case to March 2nd without fee. Docket item 9, case number CPC 2020-00176, Metro North Crossing. This is a request to rezone the property from District UR to District UR for the purpose of amending the previously approved plan for Metro North Crossing. Staff is recommending continuance to April 6th without fee. Docket item 10, case number SUP 2020-00057. This is a request for a special use permit for a short-term rental at 2723 Holmes. Staff is recommending continuance to March 16th without fee. Docket item 12, case number SUP 2020-00061 for Lopez Auto Sales, a request for a special use permit at 8100 East US 40 Highway. Staff is recommending continuance to March 2nd without fee. Docket item 13, case number CPC 2020-00196, Casino KC located at 1800 East Front Street. This is a request to rezone the property to District MPD and approve a master plan to allow for renovation and expansion of the existing casino. Staff is recommending continuance to March 16th without fee. Docket item 14, case number CPC 2020-00191, Mazuma Credit Union on North Oak at 9700 North Oak Traffic Way. Staff is recommending continuance to March 2nd with fee. Docket item 15, case number CPC 2020-00186, 29 Bell located at 913 West 29th Street. This is a request to rezone the property to District UR to allow townhouse development. Staff is recommending continuance to March 2nd without fee. Docket item 16.1, case number CPC 2020-00193, and docket item 16.2, CPC 2020-00206. These are for Holmes Road Retail. Staff is recommending continuance of both of these to March 2nd without fee. Docket item 17, case number CPC 2020-00207. This is Cats on Main at 3948 Main Street. It's a request to rezone the property to District UR in about 1.25 acres. Staff is recommending continuance to March 2nd without fee. And that is all of our continuances. So again, All the recommended continuances are as listed on the docket with the exception of docket item 5. That's a typo on the docket. We are requesting continuance of that one to March 2nd without fee.
Okay. So it looks like we're continuing docket item 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17. Any questions from the commission on any of those continuances? Seeing none, Joe, or is there
No, I
anybody?
have a question. I'm sorry, I couldn't get to the screen fast enough. This forest thing.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. I have a question on the number 500058. Just
Yep.
a process question. I believe this is already under construction. Is that the case on this?
I'm going to see if Jamie can verify whether she knows that or not, but you did previously approve a special use permit for a drive-through, but they are changing some of the characteristics of the site and the driveway access. So it is possible that they could have started construction of the building, because I don't know that that's changing. But Jamie, can you specify?
Yeah, hi, good morning. To my knowledge, it's not under construction. I haven't driven by in a while, excuse me. But again, yeah, Joe's correct. They did issue, we did issue an SUP, and I think there were some preliminary building permits that were issued for the previous owner. So they might be doing site work that's already been permitted. I can double check on that status of that, but it would take me some time to pull those permits and see what's going on.
Well, I asked that because there's a restaurant that's being built across from the Costco. And I've been trying to figure out what the address is on it to know if this is the one.
Well, this would be, this proposal that will be before you is for a Dunkin' Donuts. And it's
okay, so it's not the same. No, the other one is an actual restaurant.
Okay, yeah, no, this would not be that.
Okay.
This one is right next to, I think it's a Taco Bell that's existing.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying. Thank you.
Sure, of course.
Commissioner Beasley, I agree. Well, Dunkin' Donuts is a restaurant to some of us.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions from commission about the continuances of these cases? All right, seeing none, Joe, is there anybody in the public that would like to speak about continuance of these docket items?
Mr. Chair, one person has raised their hand, Richard Hernandez. I'll promote him.
Okay. So Mr. Hernandez, as you're being promoted, if you don't mind stating your name and address for the record, please. And also, because we have so many cases, we're trying to continue the actual case you're wanting to speak about. Looks like you need to come off of mute. There you go.
Okay. Richard Hernandez, 2106 Holly, president of the West Side Neighborhood Association. I'd like to know what happened to case CDROW 2020-00023. It was supposed to be heard today, and I didn't hear anything about it at all. Can you tell me what it is with that case?
Yeah, so that case, we still aren't going to hear that one today. Right now, we're just going through the cases that will be continued to a future meeting. So that one is still on the docket to be heard.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, give us a few minutes on that one.
All righty.
Thank you. Joe, has there been anybody else that raised their hand to speak on any of the continuance docket items to be continued?
No one else, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I'll take a motion, please.
Chair, I move to continue 1.1, 1.2, 4, 6, 7.1, 7.2, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.1, 16.2, and 17 as listed on the docket. In case docket item number 5 continue to March 2nd without fee.
Okay, so I've got a motion.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion in a second. Lisa, do you mind taking roll call for this motion, please? Okay,
Commissioner Allen,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Corral,
aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Is
Rojas,
that me?
Yes,
Oh, yes.
okay.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, so it looks like the motion passes 7-0 to continue those docket items listed. All right, Joe, let's go back to start hearing the cases. So docket item number 2.
All right, docket item number 2 is case number SUP 2020-00051. This is a request to approve a special use permit to allow automotive sales on half an acre located at 7030 Troost Avenue. Jamie Hickey is the staff planner.
Good morning. Let me get my PowerPoint, PowerPoint pulled up. And I should just note, other people in my area have been reporting power outages. So if I disappear, that's what happened. Okay,
We understand.
great. I'll try to go through this as quickly as I can to avoid that. All right, what we have before you is a special use permit at 7030 Troost Avenue. It is a request for a special use permit for an automotive dealership, which does require a special use permit in District B3-2, which is what this property is zoned. The property is on Troost Avenue, just north of Gregory Boulevard. You can see here it's between 70th Terrace and Gregory on the west side of the street. It is immediately adjacent to single family residences to the west. These are the elevations of the current conditions on the site. The site has been was built and was previously used as a car wash, a kind of a self-service car wash. These are images from the most recent Google Street View, which was April 2019. You can see that there were 6 car wash bays and then kind of the self-service stations for vacuums and the like. Another street image. And then this is what the applicant is proposing. They are proposing to enclose the bays and have 2 that are available for light automotive repair and painting work associated with the sale of cars. They will not be permitted to do automotive repair on cars that they're not preparing for sale. That would require a separate special use permit request. Some of the other bays that will be enclosed will be used as office and storage space as proposed. They're also proposing to add perimeter landscaping and then obviously dedicated parking spaces on the site. Again, looking to enclose the bears, do minor repair and painting associated with the sale of vehicles, and then improvements to the parking area. I do apologize, when I was putting this packet together, it looks like the new corrections and conditions report somehow didn't get attached when I was binding the different documents. So I did send those out this morning, and I've also included all of the corrections and conditions here for your reference. And I will of course update the packet that is included on Compass. But there are 2 plan corrections, including additional screening on the west property line, since it does abut residential properties. We'll be requesting perimeter landscaping there to screen, as well as providing an outdoor lighting plan that shows conformance both on the residential facing side and then the public street facing side, as well as excuse me, 5 conditions. They need to include bicycle parking. We'll be doing signage separately from this process in compliance with 88445, including a pedestrian path, from the sidewalk to the building. And then there's a Parks and Rec condition for a streetscape plan with street tree planting. again, I apologize for not having this included in the packet previously. If you have questions on the conditions, please let me know. I'm happy to discuss those further. At this time, staff is recommending approval subject to conditions. I do know that there was some concern from neighborhood groups. I got an email this morning stating that there was something that was supposed to be included in the packet. I didn't receive that, so I'm hoping that there's someone online who can speak to what that is. So there may be some questions that come from the neighborhood on that. Happy to answer any questions on this case. Otherwise, I would let Mr. Baghdadi, the applicant, speak on behalf of this case.
My only question is, so is this is generally allowed within the zoning, right? It's just a special use permit for automobile sales, correct?
Yeah, so this is an allowed use with a special use permit in this zoning district.
Okay.
And Jamie, is there restrictions on them doing car repair outside of the building in the parking lots?
Yes, all of it, as is in our standards, no work is permitted to be done outside of the building. And we can add that as a condition if you see fit. Happy to add that.
Okay.
Jamie, can I confirm the truce overlay stops at what, Brush Creek or 39?
Around Brush Creek, yep. So
Okay.
this is outside of that jurisdiction.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, any other
And
questions for staff?
Yeah, one more question. Excited to hear the applicant speak and also see if neighbors have any thoughts. When I think of repair shops, the concern that I typically think of is opposed to the environmental concern or others is just the visual concern of over time, some of them end up collecting cars that seem to sit for a really long time. Is there any, what are ways in which planning can address that? So looking at this rendering of what the parking spots are, is there any delineation between spots that are customer parking versus cars that might be sitting for a while, whether they're getting repaired or they get purchased because someone doesn't have the money to repair them. And so then it's kind of a junker that sits for 5 years. There are some in this neighborhood that I am by frequently. And I'm just curious if there are any tools in the planner's tool belt to address that or not really.
Well, in this instance, this is for automotive sales. So there will be cars that sit until they sell. They will not be permitted to take on vehicles from the public to repair them. That's not included in this. So they would, now if your concern is vehicles that the owner purchases to fix up and then sell, that's understandable. I'm not certain if we have restrictions on how long inoperable vehicles can sit. Maybe Joe can illuminate that for us. I'd have to look into that.
I think we've done before, Jamie, where we've limited the number of automobiles that could be parked, whether they're in cases of both auto repair and auto sales, to a certain number of spaces. So I think the commission has discretion to do that if you'd like to. We do, I think it's true, Jamie, and correct me if I'm wrong, that this owner, as most auto sales folks do, when they obtain vehicles that they intend to sell, they do intend to make some minor repairs and detail to the cars, which staff's view, that is accessory to the sales use. All auto sales do that to one degree or another. And like Jamie pointed out, the repair to general public vehicles would not be allowed. And we've made that clear to the applicant. So you could limit it. You could say something like no more than 2 spaces, or just the bays only is where automobiles that aren't for sale can be stored. And then you could also limit the number of spaces that are for storage of inventory that's for sale.
And thank you. And I don't think I want to, use this applicant as a guinea pig and try to suggest anything because I haven't really thought through it. But as I was just looking at all the parking spaces, I was curious about how many are reserved for, customers who are coming to shop potentially. And because I imagine as someone who, if you were the operator, of course, if you have those limitations, then you're more incentivized to have higher churn. But thanks.
Frankly, I don't think you'd be using it as a guinea pig because that has been provided as a condition to, cases that have been before the commission before. So any other questions from commissioners to staff? Seeing none, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant. And applicant, as you come online, please state your name and address for the record. And maybe you want to give us a brief update on or discussion on how this facility will be operated. Looks like you're still on mute at this point in time.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, hi, my name is Riyad Baghdadi. I'm the architect with RB Architecture Engineering at 11661 College Boulevard, Overland Park, Kansas 66210. And with me is Sam Koraini. He's the owner of the property, and he'll present the operation of the business in there. I just want to mention a couple of comments, two comments quickly in here in regard to the customer parking. We have indicated on our site plan 7 spaces for customers parking. If that, I thought that was one of the commissioner question related. And the other area that I would like to discuss is the number 1 of the conditions. And we can go back to it later on after the owner of the business present his business in that case.
Okay.
Yes. Hello. This is Samed Karini. I own that property at 7030 Troost, and my objectives initially was to keep it as a car wash, but unfortunately the business was not doing well enough to generate enough income to keep it. And I tried to sell it previously, but it did not work. So I wanted to invest more into it. When I first bought it, it was already closed location. That location was completely closed and shut down. I took it and I fixed it and I put it back to operation. But again, this is a business and I wanted to convert it to something that I could actually use. And I do cars and have done cars before, and I wanted to keep it that way because I know in cars I could generate enough income to keep it running and operational. In this project, I think we were discussing, I think me and Riyad, my architect, number 1, which I mean, we could convert to it here in a minute if you like, which is landscaping in the southwest corner. I don't know if you could bring that, Riyad, to them, but in that area, there is a retaining wall. This is a 4 feet retaining wall with pipes coming from the high area behind us, draining into our lot. If we put any landscaping there's no chance of survival.
There is a landscaping. I mean, there is a retaining wall and there is a landscaping. It varies in distance between maybe around 7 to 5 feet.
More.
In areas, and on the higher side there is a wood fence. You can see it better actually from the picture that Jamie was showing in there. I think in her picture there is one that of the site. Yeah, another one. Go back one more picture. Go down. Yeah, see this area here where you have the yellow wall. That's a retaining wall, and you have the green space, and then you have another wood fence. So I mean, there is a very good separation between this lot and the residential area on the other side. And putting it 10 feet, requiring a 10 feet is going to be like on the lower side in here. And it's not going to really add any separation between this business and the residential area to the west. That's what we feel. So we think, number one, I mean, should we just maintain the existing green space between this business and the west side residential area, if that's acceptable?
I mean, the lawnmower person who comes in and cut the lawns over there, he has his wide lawn, the drive-in lawnmower, and he gets in there just fine and turns around, no problems. So I think it's wide enough. And since it's a retaining wall with pipes, with water pipes, it's really kind of, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of difficult I mean, just look at it. I think it's really good width over there.
Okay.
I'm just kind of curious if I'm looking at the same thing. If I'm looking at on Gregory, just west of Troost, and I'm looking at maps as well, it looks like the fence that's currently there between this particular development and the house to the west is about to fall down. I mean, it's in poor condition. It's bright orange on top of that.
Yeah, the fence is not the owner's fence. This is belong to the house.
I actually, when I bought that property, that fence had some missing pieces because that property behind us is a rental property. And I tried to get a hold of the owner, but I couldn't. I actually had to go fix it on my own cost. And it's not my fence.
Yeah, because the view we're looking at now on the screen, you're actually looking west. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so the fence on the right is on the north side of the property.
Oh, the fence on the right is the west side.
That is the west side.
Of your actual lot.
We're
So
looking south.
You're looking south?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. So that's what item 1 you're speaking about, and the condition.
Yes.
This is this is the supplement we received.
And to the applicant, the way that I am reading it and then also understanding the change that you want, the way that I would make the change is that maintain the existing wall where it is, but we would still want to see the shrubs and the extra screening installed.
That's possible. Yes.
Yeah, I could do that. It's not a problem.
Yeah, maintaining the area, but add more shrubs.
So can we go back to what's the screening on Troost itself? Was there some landscaping that was on the street side of Troost as well?
Yes, we're adding that screening on Troost.
Yeah, you see the big trees and then there's small shrubs in between the trees. There's, I think, like 1, 2, 3, 4. Between each trees, there's 4 shrubs, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4, yes.
And is that an existing driveway here on the north side?
Yeah. All these
off of
driveways
Troost.
are existing.
Yeah, right there. That is a driveway, right?
Yes,
correct.
that's existing one.
So there's 2 entries to this lot from the
Correct.
east-west street to the north and then off of Troost itself.
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then the residential is where on this? So there's no shrubs or screening for the residential.
Yes, you're right. Yes.
Used to be a commercial building bakery delicatessen that would be directly north of this car wash lot.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Used to be a restaurant, bakery, a restaurant, and now convenience store. And it's
North.
gone through, yeah, the north? Oh, I don't know. No, I thought.
Yeah,
it
I
was
think the
south.
building is still there.
Oh, the north. Yeah, that's Mr. Jim's thrifty store. Yeah.
So there's no plan to put any screening or any shrubs between the building and the residential house. It's just stays as it is, as we see in the picture.
We will add shrubs in that area.
If you like shrubs to be added, we can add it in there.
Okay, great. Thanks.
I should note that is a code requirement to add landscape screening between the commercial use and the residential use. So that is the condition that's being discussed.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions from the commission to the applicant? Just kind of following up with Commissioner Ender's question on the site plan. So you plan to have 15 spaces for displaying cars, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then you've got 3 spaces for customer parking?
No, that was 7. If you go to the other side, you see those on the south side, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, and then by the handicap, there's 2 more and 1 handicap. That's 7 total.
Okay. And where do you plan to store cars that are being repaired or parted out or whatever?
You know, we're 15 car dealerships, and basically when you sell 2, 3 cars, you bring 2, 3 cars. Some of them are just, they need to be detailed and, basically clean up and put it immediately outside. But since we have 2 bays, we could store them there while we're doing the maintenance.
Okay.
If there is maintenance needed. Most of the cars that we want to buy, it's really ready to go sales, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't need detailing or cleaning or whatever it needs.
Gotcha. And just my last question I had is mainly for the plumbing. It's currently a car wash right now.
That is correct.
I assume the plumbing for the drains of the car wash itself will be removed or modified such that any automotive oil or spills or anything get caught accordingly.
Yeah, I don't want to get into oil changes. It's just one of those things that I am not into, but I will close those in such a way where it suits the business.
Okay. Is that just so there's no surprise on your end? Is that something, Jamie, that maybe Travis, you're online here from Water Services. Is that something to think about now, or we just wait till the time that they actually do their permitting for that?
Are you referring to requirements for like oil grease separators and that sort of thing?
That's correct. And probably a sampling manhole of sorts.
Yeah, I mean, those are standard requirements that would be reviewed and set part of their building plan application as it came in.
Okay. All right, so that'll get addressed at that time. We don't need to be concerned with that on this planning end.
Not at this point, no.
Okay. All right, any other questions from the commission to the applicant? Joe, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony, please.
And Mr. Chair, I have received from Sean Ackerson, who is a neighborhood leader in the area. I have received what they've requested be shared with you all. I can wait till after public testimony, or I can go ahead and share that with you now if you would like.
Since we're opening up for public testimony, you might as well share it now because I would think that would be applicable.
Absolutely. I apologize for the delay. He's working from his phone with the power outages, so trying to make things work here. Okay. So this is an email that was sent from Sean Ackerson. I can go ahead and read it. It says, I'm asking that the CPC recommend denial of the proposed application. If on the other hand, you are inclined not to, I'd ask that you table the application and direct the applicant and staff to work with neighbors to address concerns raised instead. Special use permits are exceptions to be approved when warranted. Municipal Code Section 88-52501 says special uses require case-by-case review in order to determine whether they will be compatible and warranted. This special consideration is to consider the impact the use has on the surrounding area and whether there is public need in that location. Approval is granted only when appropriate, not guaranteed. No special use application may be approved unless the Board of Zoning Adjustment finds that the proposed use in its proposed location, among other things, is in the interest of the public convenience and will not have a significant adverse effect or impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or community. Detailed issues and concerns were shared with the applicant during the virtual meeting and later with the city. Please don't discount the participation on neighborhood interests following short notice of a virtual meeting. Instead, please consider the petition has been submitted in opposition of the application and demonstrates strong and detailed opposition to this use in this specific location and concerns about the impacts of the specific application. Also note that applicant summary doesn't document details of the concerns raised in the commitments the applicant made with regard to hours in operation or their statement about options they would evaluate. Impacts, issues, and concerns raised include parking setbacks, fencing, side yard screening, access onto Truce and 70th Terrace, drainage and stormwater contamination, light trespass, on-street parking, the location of on-site customer parking, hours of operation, ventilation of paint fumes, noise, on-site storage, signage, attention attracting devices, overall character, and code compliance. The property is in the Troost Avenue CID. Generally, the CID is opposed to additional open storage uses, including used car lots in the corridor, as they don't generally contribute to the vitality or investment in the corridor and are contrary to vision and many of the goals and objectives for the area. Over the last several years, we've seen significant investments on Troost with new construction, reinvestment in existing properties, and new and expanding businesses. This is helping to lift up Troost and move past decades-old perceptions of Troost not warranting quality investment, being unsafe, and being a dividing line in too many aspects. The businesses and residents along the corridor in the city have worked hard to ensure quality development on Troost warranted just like other major corridors in the city. The days of allowing it to happen on Troost because it's Troost are over. Lots with open storage and industrial character along the corridor, like that proposed, limit investment both in the property itself and on nearby properties. This is demonstrated by a number of similar lots on Troost, Warnell Road, Prospect, and other locations in Kansas City. Many of these properties are the source of more frequent code violations and lower investment in exterior property maintenance. You will also find lesser investment in the immediately surrounding areas. There are exceptions like the former right-of-way credit lot at 59th and Troost, computerized auto search on a manual cleaver, and Auto Mart at 7320 Troost, but they are much fewer in comparison to the majority that detract from the corridor and abutting residential uses. With regard to the quote public need for the use, there has been none demonstrated. There are a significant number of used cars available in close proximity to the site and across Kansas City. The applicant's desire for a used car lot in this location does not demonstrate quote public need. There is no public need for the use in this location. If you are not inclined to disapprove the application, we ask that you table it for further consideration instead. If you believe that there won't be any impacts to the neighborhood, there is a public need for another used car lot, and the neighborhood opposition is without merit, please consider tabling the application so that changes to the application can be made. Although it's noted that the application can meet minimum standards, that is not the primary consideration, or it wouldn't warrant a special use permit. Instead, I ask that additional conditions be placed on the application to minimize impacts and ensure immediate and long-term quality and compliance. With regard to code compliance, please note that the applicant also owns the abutting property, which has open sign code violations since October 2019, which remain unresolved. This does not inspire confidence that the applicant will voluntarily comply with regulations or that the city will be able to remedy violations in a timely manner with current limitations on staff. This is all the more reason to make sure that these issues are addressed up front if the special use permit is to be approved in this location. I respectfully request that you recommend denial of the application. If you are not inclined to recommend denial, I ask that you table the application prior to recommending approval and direct the applicant to address the concerns for impacts that have been raised. And he is the leader of the Southtown Council, the executive director of the Southtown Council.
Mr. Chair, there's 3 people that have raised their hand.
Okay.
Well, okay, now there's like 8, including Sean Ackerson. So I'll go ahead and promote him first.
Okay, that'll be good.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, if I stutter, it's because it's cold. We've been out without power for about 3 hours. Thank you. I apologize. We didn't get those comments into you in time to make it into your packet, but I appreciate Jamie sharing those. One thing I will point out, separate from the presentation, the commission should be aware that the property is not as shown in those pictures. The applicant has already enclosed part of the bays and is already doing automotive repair on the site. In general, we're hoping for consideration favorable with the neighborhood request. I think as Jamie shared, there's a substantial amount of opposition to the use and the specific plans proposed. I won't reiterate all those since she was kind enough to share that comment, but I would also point out, and I don't know if all the neighbors are on here or not. Right now, this area is without power, and so I suspect that limits some people being able to log on. One comment I'll share with regard to the fence, if the neighbor is on here, I believe they oppose requiring the neighbor to maintain screening for the car wash with that private fence. And hopefully they'll share that comment. Otherwise, I'd be happy to address any of the comments that were in the email that I sent, or the specifics about the concerns.
I just had a question about the actual public involvement. This case has already been continued once, so I'm just curious how much outreach was done by the applicant for this project to you guys?
The neighborhood did receive notices to property owners within 300 feet. And my understanding, and there's a neighbor that could probably speak to this more directly, but those were received a couple of days before the meeting. I know that there were some comments shared about people that didn't get their notice in time, that couldn't make that specific meeting, and a couple of comments about virtual meetings that you hear all the time, just couldn't get the login to work for some reason. But I believe there were 4 people represented at that meeting. After the meeting, word spread pretty quickly, and I think you've received a petition with signatures from approximately 40 neighbors from the immediate area that have shared specific concerns and opposition.
Yeah, okay. But a notice wasn't sent to your council?
No, we found that. So this is also, in addition to Southtown Council, this is part of the Troost Avenue Community Improvement District. We did not receive notice and have since been made aware that we need to update our information with the city to receive those in the future. So we'll do that. But fortunately, the notice was shared by several neighbors.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Joe?
Yeah, the next person is Kathy Kerr.
Okay. Hi, Kathy. As you come off of mute, please state your name and address for the record. Kathy, you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can now.
Okay, thank you, and I apologize. My name is Kathy Kerr. I live in Kansas City, Missouri. I do own one of the duplexes on that street, 761 and 763 East 70th Terrace. We've owned it now for about 5 or 6 years. And I just wanted to say that, you know, the neighbors and the investors of those duplexes and the neighbors on that street have done such an amazing job of keeping the street looking good. The duplexes are cute as a button. And we just take a lot of pride in that street and in that area. And I think it's one of the most beautiful corners in Kansas City. I mean, you do have that historic cemetery right across the street that is just beautiful. And it's been there, probably one of the oldest cemeteries in the city. And I just agree with everything that the previous caller talked about as far as our concerns. Our concern is that, my concern personally is that we need another used car lot on Truce like a hole in the head. But, you know, I can understand the gentleman who wants to make money off that property that he owns. It's just that the Truce beautification program has worked so hard in that area to influence the whole environment and the whole positive content now for Truce. I mean, Truce has just gotten such a bad rap, and we're on the verge of doing something exciting there, I think. And to have a car wash is just really, you know, not in the scope of that, I don't think. But I, you know, again, I would like not to see the car wash at all. But if there is one, I definitely agree that putting the onus of a fence and a barrier on the owner of that duplex to hide the car wash is not his or her responsibility. I think that would be the owner of the car lot. But I just wanted you guys to know that we're all very concerned, and we're all concerned with our property value, but more than anything else, we're just concerned about the whole future of Truce and what it means to people. And, you know, we're just now getting, I think, a footing on making Truce something to be very proud of. So those are my comments. I'm happy to answer your questions.
I just had two. Can you state your address for the record? You said you live in Kansas City, but just need an address.
My address for the record is 8030 Oak Street in Kansas City, Missouri. I live in Waldo. My husband and I have a few rental properties, just a couple. And our philosophy has always been to improve the neighborhood one house at a time. And that's what we try to do when we go in and we invest in something. And I mean, we've got a long-term tenant that's lived there as long as we've owned the duplex. So our tenants are happy. And I think, we love the fact that Cleaver is right across the street as a neighborhood anchor. There is a beautiful location. They landscape it beautifully. And it just seems such a shame to turn a corner here and go back to the past, the way things used to be and the way things still are. So that's my comment.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Joe.
Nure Dapalika.
Hi, so my name is Nora and I'm a student. I drive past this car wash every day. I go to UMKC. And so my main concern is the safety of when I am at that light. And I think if it's a car dealership, it'll be better because it'll allow it to be closed at night. So the car wash is open 24/7. And so people are usually hanging around there at night, blasting their loud music. And while I'm at that light, I don't feel safe. So I think my main concern is the safety. And so I would appreciate it if it was closed at night. That way there isn't loud music. And I think this would be better for the neighbors as well, saying that was a concern.
Okay. Thank you.
Diane Hirschberger.
Hello, my name is Diane Hirschberger. I live at 8740 Brooklyn. I am the Community Health Program Director for the Marlboro Coalition, and this property is at the corner of our neighborhood. I'm here to ask for denial of this special use permit. I agree with the things that were said by the Southtown Council very well. I would also add some other perspectives, and that is, as we look at community health, we're not thinking just about the asthma rate in our neighborhood. We're talking about the built environment and what it says for all of the neighbors, not just the people who have a shared property line. And the continued use, allowing of uses that do not contribute to a more supportive, neighborhood supportive retail space is just unacceptable at this time. In particular, with this point, the applicant has shown that they have not followed the process and not followed the rules. Not only they knew they had needed a special permit special permit for the car wash. And they did that in 2017. They had that in place. When they decided to change their use, they ignored the process and had to be called on it. They did not willingly apply for a special use permit for a car dealership. The concern we have is that we really don't think that this car dealership, as it was said in some of the previous cases, you can put all the conditions in the world, but what's done afterwards is what counts. And the neighborhoods are exhausted at trying to keep codes in line for the kinds of uses related to car vehicles in general. The supposition that this is a car dealership is really, and I think, intended to be misleading. It's about car repair. Car dealerships have placed, there's not one on Troost that doesn't have all of its cars along the edge of the property line so people can see them. This is set up so that it's a drive-in, get your car fixed. Yeah, they might have a few for sale. That's just not a believable use by us. So we take issue with the characterization. They move forward in building this without an application. To, as Sean said, to think that space looks like what was shown in 2019. There is a fence, which it may likely already be in code violation. It's certainly the barbed wire around the top is in code violation. So it's a misrepresentation. Midas, if it is a car place, Midas doesn't have an 8-foot fence around it with barbed wire, and that's just down the street on Troost. But to the real issue, which is of the need for the community, we're really, and the benefits for the community, we really respectfully take issue with the staff's recommendation that this will be of some benefit to the community, and it's not expected to have an adverse effect. Well, that's a Troost, that's an east of Troost point of view. Some benefit as opposed to no benefit, as opposed to the negative benefit. We're talking about equity and looking at what's permitted and what's not. And all of the discussion about, and the previous building about the whether there's brick or there's stucco and the colors, that building, I mean, where is the conditions that say that building, they've already started to building that building not in compliance with the plans that they've shown you. They've already started that. So where's the equity lens in looking forward? And instead of saying what appears to be in this staff report, expected to be fairly compatible with the surrounding area. Fairly compatible is not compatible. It's fairly compatible. It means less than compatible. And that's not acceptable for neighborhoods around Troost anymore. So we really say that we really recommend that this permit not be approved, special permit use not be approved. There is not a need for another car. There's not a need for another car sales place or a car repair place. And the fact that although some disagree, a student that drives by disagrees, that she's afraid to drive by, that's very different than, it is very different for a neighborhood to try to deal with a vacant property, which they would, if they are not using it as a car wash, they are also responsible for making sure that it is in code compliance. That is very different than saying, well, let's just put something there that's marginal, that marginally is beneficial. And that is not the view of the neighborhood. It's not beneficial at all. So I recommend your denial of this application.
Okay, thank you.
Mary Schuler.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Mary Schuler. I live at 704 East 70th Terrace. I am also here to ask for denial. I agree with everything that's been said, especially by Sean Ackerson. I think one of the things that you have to look at is, the easy part is getting permission for this special use. The harder part is the war that will be battled by this neighborhood when they don't follow code, they don't comply with the rules, as we've already seen by the fact that this owner already has code violations against them since 2019 that are unresolved with the TrueSmart. And by going ahead and going forward with the modifications to the property prior to getting approval of the special use. So that is evidence to you that this person likely has no intention of following all of the rules and regulations for this special use. I've lived here for 20 years. I was here when they tore down the government housing, sat while the property was bare for 5 years before they built the YMCA. As soon as the YMCA was built, we knew that there was going to be traffic concerns. We've been dealing with that. Now we finally sort of have a control of that, but that's for people that are going to a facility to work out. I'm concerned about the traffic that will be happening on this street where lots of children live, when we've been denied to get speed bumps previously. So that's not a solution for us, is when people are going to be driving cars, testing cars, driving up and down this street. Please, please think about what happens after the approval is given. You guys wash your hands of it, and it's now all of our duty to try to fight the battle. And like someone else said, we're tired. Please listen to us today and deny this special use.
Someone with a
Hello. Thank you.
KCMO has been promoted.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes, my name is Hadiel. I am the owner of the building next door.
Okay.
And I'm located at 7044 Troost Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri. A lot of people wants to see a project instead of closing the car wash. And I think the car dealership is a great idea. I have saw Samed Karini asking people signing papers whether they want the car wash closed or having a car dealer. And most people like to have a project instead of closing the car wash. Plus, it will prevent trash dumping and trees dumping. I used to come in the morning and find people dump trees, branches, and logs in the parking inside them bins, and always see the owner clean in parking lot and complains to me about that. Oh, and plus it will actually eliminate loud music, especially when people are washing their vehicles. And afterward, then when they drying and detailing their car, they tend to keep the loud music, and it bothers a lot of neighbors around there. there's a sign that says no loud music, but actually nobody's listening. And I mean, you don't want to see more closing businesses in the Troost. We'd like actually to see more businesses coming rather than businesses leaving.
Okay, so I trying to understand a couple of things. So you say you own the building next door. Is that, which building is that? To the west? or to the north?
7044 Troost Avenue.
Okay, and you are you a resident, and you haven't given us your address either.
Yes, yes. And I have actually asking most of the customers that they actually stop at the store if actually they would like to have a car dealer next door instead of closing car wash. And they are actually all told me that we'd like actually have a car dealer instead of car wash.
Okay, so you're in support of the project, is that what I understand?
Yes. Oh,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else, Joe?
Next person is Husam.
Okay. Husam, as you come off of mute, if you don't mind saying your name and address for the record, please. Husam, are you there? Are you there? Hello? Husam. So Joe, do you mind, is there anybody else that's raised their hand?
There are 6 more.
Okay, let's go on to the next one, please.
Ahmad,
Okay, Ahmad. As you take yourself off of mute, please state your name and address for the record.
Hello.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Ahmad Abunahi. I live on 1100 East Cothrell Street in Olathe, Kansas. So I'm for this movement. So I don't live in Kansas City, but I do work at Research Medical Hospital over there, and I've been there for the last couple of years. I would wash my car there, and every single time I'd go, I'd see a lot of tree debris and just a lot of trash bags thrown around. A lot of the customers don't follow the rules of the car wash, and I feel like that just doesn't look appealing to other customers. So, and I would see Sam and have small talk with him, and I noticed how hard he worked trying to get the place together, and I'm basically for the movement, and I could see this being a positive thing.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, who's next, Joe?
Alexander.
Hello,
Yeah, hi, Alexander. If you don't mind stating
Hey,
your name and address for the record, please.
my name is Alexander Kreidler, and I live at 773 East 70th Terrace, and I actually own the duplex right there. And anyways, I'm against it due to the fact that I don't want more traffic than we need to have, other than the YMCA across the street. And I feel really unsafe by having a car wash or be converted into a used car lot. Because people will be test driving the cars, and then people will be kind of lurking around there at nighttime, and their lighting and stuff. I mean, I've not seen a big light pole, that's 50 feet up in the air. Like the place, I mean, it's probably going to be dark. And then the pictures that they showed to you guys, they don't currently represent what it currently looks like. There's like there's a barbed wire. It's just kind of sketchy, and it's making the neighborhood look really, really ghetto. And I mean, I personally don't feel safe with the used car lot, and I don't feel safe with the car wash. Like I've gone there a couple times to wash my truck, and the car wash doesn't even work sometimes, So I mean, all in all, like I mean, both are not great, but I'm definitely not in support of the used car lot.
Okay. Thank you. Sure.
Kobe, can I get some clarity on one of the testimonies? So the owner of this property that we're looking at also owns the property to the south, 7044 Troost, according to Parcel Viewer. And I'm confused on the testimony that we heard from someone previous who said that they also owned it and were in support of the project. So I just want to understand why we're hearing two different folks say they own that property.
Okay. Jamie, is that something you can help clear up?
This is Joe here. The person that testified saying they own 7044 Troost, which is the property directly south of this, it's a convenience store of some type.
Yeah.
Is the same owner as the car wash, according to Parcel Viewer. And I believe they had the username of kcmo.gov. She's raised her hand again. I can promote her back over if you want me to.
Okay. Yeah, please do. So we just understand that.
It looks like the ownership name is Karini Samed Key. I'm not sure if that's her name.
No, she said her name was Adil.
And it looks like the applicant has also raised their hand too.
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes,
Hadil.
I'm sorry. Yes, this is Hadil. What I meant about owner, I meant the business owner, the manager who actually run the business.
Okay.
That's what I meant about the owner. Sorry about that.
Thank you for clarifying.
You are welcome.
Okay. Back. So Joe, let's go on to the next public involvement person.
I think the next person is Jared Roderick.
Okay. Hi, Jared. As you come off of mute, can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Hello.
We're looking for Jared.
Hello. Can you hear me?
I see your screen name is Inta.
Hello. Hello.
For
Yeah,
there?
Jared.
Yes, this is
Okay.
Jared. Roger's wife is speaking.
Okay.
Okay. This is Jared and Latoya Roderick. We live at 740 East 70th Terrace.
Okay.
Okay. So we are not in favor of this proposal. We have quite a few concerns, being that we actually live in the neighborhood. We agree with the neighbors who have some concerns for safety and the traffic. We've seen how in this city, how a lot of mismanaged used car lots, how they end up, they usually end up either abandoned and disregarded, or and they're closed shortly thereafter. Not only will it be an eyesore for our neighborhood that we're trying to improve, but the traffic is a major concern. We have a lot of people in our neighborhood that have children, small children, pets. There's some elderly people in our community that take walks and things like that. And we already have people speeding through our street. So that's a huge concern. I agree that the current state of the property is not what was shown in today's meeting. There's currently 6 foot or taller fencing with barbed wire. It really is an eyesore, and it just doesn't seem friendly or pleasing. As far as the two people who spoke about them driving through the area is completely different than actually living here. So the car wash, yes, is an issue, but I think that the used car lot would be even more of an issue for the members in this community.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next, Joe.
Benta Jawara.
Okay, Binta? Please state your name and address for the record.
Is that Binta? Binta?
Yes.
Okay, that was my last. Okay, that was logging on hers. Yes, my name is Fode Haidara, and my address is actually 4532 Paseo. That's my business address, and then I have been doing the business with it for years, and I have a couple of locations on Bruce. So I am in favor because we rather see something going on over there than closing it. Because that area, I mean, prior to this, that place has been abandoned. We rather have something in there than, I mean, since he said he tried to sell it, he couldn't, I mean, it wasn't nobody buying it. So we rather have something going than closing the place. So I'm actually in favor of getting something going.
Okay, do you mind stating your address for the record? I mean, you gave me your business address, but I'm curious if you're a resident near this project?
You said my residential address?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, 18543. Actually, I just moved from Missouri, Raytown. I mean, Olathe now.
Okay, thank you.
Next person is Harriet.
Okay, Harriet?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your
Can
name
you
and
hear me?
address for the record.
My name is Harriet Fondren. I live at 5030 Byron Ford Road. I'm dialing in now. I don't know if you went to 2020-00171, but my power, because of this shared power outage, the power went out and I'm just able to get back in. Have you addressed the 5030 Blue Ridge cutoff? If you have not?
No, we're not on that.
That one was continued to March 2nd.
That's correct.
Oh, it's continued to March 2nd again?
Yes.
March 2nd. Okay, I'll see you March 2nd. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next person is Mo Mosley.
Okay. Hi, Mo, as you come off of mute, please state your name and address for the record.
Hello, my name is Mo Mosley. I live on 8548 North Gower Avenue. I do own a business close to the area on Blue Ridge Boulevard. I appreciate everything that everybody said, but from a prospect of a citizen and a business owner, it just make me feel so sad driving around and seeing businesses closing day after day. And maybe it's not ideal for the neighbors and the residents of that area to have the car dealership maybe, but definitely supporting our businesses, keeping businesses intact is our goal. We had a tough year with the pandemic. Everybody's trying to make it happen. I do know that I used to drive by that area. I see guys getting in fights. I see loud music. I see people dumping stuff. So no matter what the neighbors are saying, from my prospect, I believe having a professional controlled business with staff on site is going to be way more safer for the neighborhood. Plus, from what I heard, I believe the guy said it's going to be a 14 car lot. So I think traffic and having a lot of traffic in the area because of what he's selling is really not an issue. We're not talking about a CarMax with 200 cars on the lot. So we're talking about a few. I think it's going to be beneficial for the businesses in the area. People from out of the neighborhood going to be coming in. They're going to be buying from grocery stores, putting gas in their cars. So from a practical point of view, it's going to help the economy of that area. It's going to bring more safety to the area. Definitely a better option than the car wash. And I really hate for this guy to just give up and close his business, because what we're gonna have another abandoned property with collecting trash and people going there and doing illegal activity like we see on a lot of other Spruce properties. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
There's one additional person who's raised their hand named Kay Duke. I'm promoting them.
Okay.
Hi, this is Kelly Duke. I live at 924 East Gregory Boulevard in Kansas City, Missouri. I am directly west of the two businesses that we've been discussing. I just want to say, as a homeowner in the area, I have lived here when the car wash was closed. I have been here since the car wash has reopened. I've been very involved with the discussion about converting the car wash to a car dealership. I am definitely not in favor for this. I visit TrueSmart. I support the people that own the business. No one in the neighborhood, I don't believe, has any intention of preventing someone from making money. We want the business to reflect the community. I walk my dogs in this area. I do not feel unsafe walking by TrueSmart or the car wash. I have not experienced any crime or loud music coming from that business. I do find it interesting that the people that are complaining about that do not live in the neighborhood. We just want something that's going to reflect the work that we've put into the neighborhood. There's literally a car wash catty corner if someone wants to buy a car in the neighborhood. It's not going to improve the location. There are legitimate concerns. And as a resident, I support business. I just don't think this is the proper one to be added to our neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
An additional person has raised their hand named C. Kreidler.
Okay. As you come off of mute, please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, my name is Susan Kreidler, 775 East 70th Terrace. I wanted to speak to what we've done in the last month or so. We've raised a lot of awareness. I'm the owner of the second duplex from the existing car wash right now. I and a couple other residents made an effort to notify the community. Some of the people didn't get the notice because they weren't in the 300 feet boundary. So we made an effort to notify everybody before the first public meeting. It was a really short notice. We didn't get a lot of interest because it was just the notice. Then we passed out notes from the meeting, and at that point, we focused on the people that lived directly close to the car wash, and that would be 70th Terrace. We also focused on 70th Street, the odd side, and then the 900 block of Gregory. And we devised a petition, and overwhelmingly, the support was against the car dealership. And we have some very, the same concern was reiterated more than once. What's happening, that we have to have an 8-foot fence with barbed wire. The conversion of the 3 car spaces, they've already started converting, and that raised questions. But we did present the petition February 5th and sent it to the public engagement email that we were provided. And I'm just speaking for the people that cannot be on the call today because of power outages and work schedules and everything. But I just wanted to make it clear that we had approximately 52 addresses. And of that 52, we had a a great percentage of people that were against it. We had more than the majority. Over 80% are against it. The other 10%, 90% of that 10%, I couldn't get a hold of owners. So I think that there is definitely people that do not want it, that live in the area, and I think it should matter. I'm willing to discuss the petition and any other concerns also with anybody.
Okay, just a couple questions. Does Ms. Hickey have a copy of your petition with all those signatures?
I sent it February 5th to the email provided on the city planning site. It's called public engagement. And then I sent up a follow-up email asking, making sure that it caught, and I didn't ever hear that they didn't get it. So the people that I sent it to, they got it. You know, I sent it to other people just to make sure it went through. Okay.
And then just a follow-up question is it mainly the concern of those people that signed the petition, the actual type of business itself, that they would prefer some other type of business, or is there one other compelling reason?
There was more than one concern addressed on the petition. We oppose the light, the automotive repair, the fact that there's going to be a paint booth. One of the bays is designated as a paint booth, open storage. There's a chain link fence on the plan, but actually the fence went up a couple months ago with barbed wire on top. Lack of private screening to the north, the location of the on-site parking for visitors. There's an extremely narrow internal drive aisles between parked vehicles, and we're concerned that that'll go out onto the street. We were also concerned that the owner is going to, he said at the public meeting call, he would turn it over to his brother. Well, his brother may turn it over to somebody else. We were very concerned because of the codes violation, the current codes violation at his place of business. And then if he's not involved, there could be all sorts of things happening. Okay. There were quite a few issues addressed in the petition, which is why I sent it, a week or so ago to February 5th is when I sent it. So everyone could see it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Joe, is there anybody else that would like to speak on this case?
No one else.
No one else. Okay. So it looks like we'll go ahead and close public testimony at this time on this particular docket item. And applicant, if you're still there, it sounds like there's quite a few issues that might need to address or discuss. If you could.
Yes, I made a little footnote here. As far as code violation at 7044 Troost, that location is leased to a tenant. The tenant operates a convenience store with a cell phone. When I do a contract with a tenant, I transfer all responsibility to him. In other words, when you lease a home to a person, you put in the contract, well, this person is not supposed to violate codes and violate laws. You're not there. You're not living with him. You're not responsible for his action. Okay, that's for that code violation. As far as code violation, if they have signage, the city should cite them and issue them a ticket so that they are not putting these signage back up. As far as traffic, do you think a car wash traffic has more traffic, or a dealership traffic has more traffic? Just logically speaking. When you have a car wash, you're having car in and out all the time. When you have a dealership, you have a customer or two at a time, especially if your inventory is 14 cars or 15 cars. So logically speaking, it is not a convenience store. Now, this is the traffic. As far as storing over 15 vehicles, the dealership just down the street, his lot is half of my lot yet he stored almost 21. And I could provide you a picture with one. Now, as far as safety, I have closed bays at night, and I came in and found trees and brushes in the bays. I have people dump trash in the side of the store of their oven. Whoever doesn't have an oven that's bad, they throw it in the back. I come in the morning, I'm the trash dumpster guy. So as far as safety, I have people park in bays. They're not washing anything. They just sitting in the bays doing what? I go outside, they looking at me. I call the cops. The next time they come, they start threatening me. Safety? Safety of what? You have people that comes into the bays, and the next bay stops another car. They go and they talk, they trade stuff, and they leave. That's not safe. Anyway, it may be, we like to see businesses as we wish in areas as we like, but I'm not breaking the law in any way here. If I closed, I have a one bay I closed as storage. It's closed permanently. This is a storage area. I have no space for storage. When I have a shipments for the car wash, if it's a soap or a liquid, it comes in a skid. And there's no way, I have no way to place it or store it in any place. So I created the first bay as a storage. As far as the second bay, I closed it for the wintertime. In the wintertime, those pipes freezes. Pipes gets busted and they freeze everywhere. Water's everywhere. Right now, all 6 bays are closed. All of them, all 6 bays closed. Look at the weather outside. There's nothing I could do. All pipes busted. We have an anti-freezing system, yes, but in the anti-freezing system, it works up to a degree of a 0, maybe 1 or 2. When we get a -6, just yesterday, I was the plumbing guy. I had a busted water line in the restroom. But that's just another thing. But as far as that next door business owned by Jim, the Thrifty Nickel store, it's a 70-20 Troost. Just next door. He just closed his location about 6-7 months ago, and he put it for sale. I'm gonna share pictures of how the business. Can you show them a picture of how the business looks like? This is just next door.
Can we share the screen, please? Can we share the screen?
You should be able to.
Should be able to, yes.
Which one?
I believe it's in the voting bulletin. Okay, I also have gone and did a voting poll with a lot of people from the neighborhood. The same thing. People in the neighborhood that I asked. I have a whole bunch of pages in here. I don't know. I think I have sent that as well. I've uploaded all that.
We have uploaded this with the public engagement. All of this is one
all
document.
of these are pages of people who like to see a car wash going into or a business of a dealership going into the neighborhood rather than seeing a closed place. And like I said, we might like to see a restaurant in there, but everybody's opinion is different than the other. Can you show them Jim's place? I've sent you some pictures. I think we uploaded that. This is the car wash across the street. Now, this is not a full picture, but how many cars can you count in that little picture? That's from one angle. I mean, at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's just in the corner picture. Imagine I have tripled the size of this lot and I'm selling 14 or 15. Triple the size of this lot. Now go to the next picture. This is Jim Place. This is across the street. This is looking at it from my driveway. Okay. If you notice, if you go to further more pictures, I had to actually go. If you notice that door, I actually he was in Jim was in with his wife in the lake. What is it? The Ozark Lake. And I called him. I said, Jim, your back door is open. He said, Sam, they keep breaking it. I went over there. I took some tools and I closed it for him until he comes back. Now show him show the next pictures. Look what they did to his front doors. This is how a closed business looks like. Simple. This is, look at that. I mean, he fixes one window, another one goes down. He fixes one window, another, I don't know. This is just the kind of neighborhood we're in. As far as, I sent you a few pictures yesterday. I just went through Troost the other day. I think 3-4 days ago, I went through Troost. And I just wanted to see how much of a closed businesses there is in Troost. This is I believe this is a car wash that's closed on Troost. I think this is on Troost and 55th, Troost and 45th, approximately.
Okay, I can't see that one. All I see is a big black screen.
Can you see these pictures? Are you able to see any of this?
I saw some of the previous pictures, but I'm not seeing this current picture.
Okay, let me try it another way.
Maybe it needs to be shared in a different way.
It was going good before. Not sure what happened.
Yeah, did you see it now? It's a small one.
Can you see it now?
No.
Oh, it says your screen sharing is paused. I don't know why.
You should probably unshare and then reshare.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you see it now?
Yeah, I can see a little picture there.
Can you?
Yeah, here, I'll make it bigger.
Now you
can see it now?
Yeah, it's a real small picture.
Just scroll through them. These are closed business all along Troost. And this is in the parameters of Linwood and 75th. So Linwood, let's just say Linwood about 31st. And 70, Gregory is 70th almost. So this is within a 40 blocks. How much closed business? Within 40 blocks. Yet I don't want to close it. I want to convert it. I want to keep it going of some other sort. People might not like what business goes in there, but that doesn't prevent that a business need to go in there. I think it's safer for a business to close at night and close its doors rather than just keeping it open and have other people just go in there and do whatever they need to do.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking about a lot of.
Anything else?
That's it.
Okay. Thank you. At this time, we're going to close all testimony and speak amongst the commission. If you don't mind, Riyadh, stop sharing your screen so we can see everybody, please. Thank you. So it's just a discussion among commissioners here. So we've heard a lot of testimony and comments from the public about this particular case. And its conversion from a current car wash to an auto dealership, which I assumed is used cars. And so there's a lot of information there and things back together. And by the way, I do want to state for the applicant, the code violation and sign issues from the city standpoint, it doesn't matter what kind of agreement you have with the tenant. You are the property owner, so you will be the one notified for any code violations and sign issues, and it's your responsibility to correct those with your actual tenant.
I physically did not receive any. Physically,
No.
personally, I did not receive any.
Okay.
I did not receive any letter saying that this location has a code violation of so and so, and it needs to be corrected. Personally,
Okay.
I have not received any.
Gotcha. I'm just making a statement that
That's
you
fine.
are responsible,
It's
not your tenant. Okay. So with that, is there any discussion you'd like to have amongst the commission here?
I wanted to ask a question before we got into it. Can we put a time limit on the special use permit?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and whatever we deem fit is fine.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, the
I just
minimum-
want to, go ahead. Go.
Well, I'm just going to say the minimum I've seen them is 3 years, and probably want to let it be a little bit longer than that. By the time they get any of their improvements done, you know, you want to let it see how it goes. So, you know, 3 to 5 at a minimum, and probably a maximum of 10 would be, you know, the way I've seen them.
Okay. The reason I ask is because I'm hearing a couple different things that I think are very valid. One is that a car wash is somewhat a nuisance, and that by converting it, it would be slightly less obtrusive to the neighborhood, but then the other argument is that that's not good enough, that they want something better. And I just wonder if there's sort of a compromise there between giving it a better use, solving some of the issues, obviously not all of the issues that are happening now. And then as you look towards the next few years, maybe there's a way to convert it to a better use. Just seeing what's developed on the north, the St. Anthony's building just opened a few weeks ago. There's a lot of good institutional uses around there. The YMCA, obviously, a lot of strong neighborhoods. So I could see that in a matter of a few years, it could be put to better use. But I also agree that for the time being, it could continue to sit vacant.
For me to hear an owner, a property owner say this is just not the kind of neighborhood, or this is just the kind of neighborhood we're in, for me, that's not the type of owner we want in any Kansas City neighborhood, to accept something as is and say that we can't raise the bar higher. For me, that's just a non-starter. 2 points of clarification. For the people who are concerned about the owner who had made some changes to their facade, that's something that is permitted. You know, if they're not changing the structure, that is something that they can do. So just so that people don't think they were doing something illegal, I don't think they were, by closing up bays, adding brick. I think that's totally fine. I appreciate Chair Crowell mentioning the code violations are absolutely on the landlord. They are not on the tenant. It is within your power and your lease to correct those things. The thing that's really interesting to me is all the signatures in favor. I don't want to discount that, but as you all know, as my fellow commissioners know, I'm a big fan of looking at things as an opportunity cost assessment and what happens if this doesn't happen. And often I've been in favor of development that I think others haven't been in favor of, because I view it as the only probable source of investment in the neighborhood. And I think that we have a much greater opportunity and a much greater ceiling in this area and along Troost. And again, I would just go back to the point that I don't want to encourage business owners in Kansas City anywhere to accept, you know, vandalism as just the neighborhood we're in.
I really like that last point, Commissioner Enders. I think that's a lot of this dialogue has been, it's either going to be a car wash or it's going to be a car dealership. Whereas I think this property has tremendous opportunity, and I agree with the neighbors. I don't think this use is. I think the overabundance of car dealerships is actually an adverse impact on the neighborhood, and it's not just Troost; it's my neighborhood as well, south of 75th on Warnell. I think it does negatively impact the neighborhood to have an overabundance of something, especially when it comes to car dealerships or car lots. So on that basis, I'm not for it, and I think to your point, Commissioner Enders, I think there's an opportunity to do something actually of more value to the owner rather than just do another car dealership along this location. So I'm currently not in favor of this special use permit.
Anybody else like to speak? Forstein?
Yes, I was sitting here thinking that the property owner has been creative in coming up with a reuse for the existing car wash. And that being said, there are other types of vendors that could come in and reuse that structure as well. I am a proponent of working with neighborhoods when we're trying to make improvements and investments. And I'm not really getting that sense that there really has been a good working relationship with this development. because of the location it's in and the surrounding neighborhoods, the comments about that's just what you're going to get. I do agree with my fellow commissioners. That's not the type of language that I feel an investor should make when they're investing their money. They want to make an investment in something that is going to be successful, period. So I'm leaning on a no on this, if that's where we're headed. I'm a no right now.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I just want to say a number of people who don't live in the area testified in favor of the new business, but those that live in and around that area, they are stuck. They have to live there with whatever comes in, even though they're objected to it. So I'm ready to vote. I have been ready to vote for a while.
Okay. Do you want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion this be denied.
Okay, so I have a motion.
I second.
So I have a motion and a second. Lisa, do you mind taking roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crow,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, so it looks like the motion passes to deny the special use permit for this project, 7-0. Thank you for everybody's time and participation in this actual case. I think our next item on the docket is going to take a little bit of time as well. And so I'm going to suggest we take about a 15-minute break and then come back. So I've got roughly 11:25. So we'll be back at 11:40 for the next case. Does that work?
Kobe,
Yes.
I just wanted to make a comment. It wasn't necessarily related to our decision on the last case, but I think
Sure.
that these kinds of cases is what started the whole Truce design standards up north. I worked a little bit on that, and I think that that's what I would love to see continue south, because I think it would solve a lot of these issues.
I was just thinking the same thing. I was like, those Truce design standards up north have helped out a ton. So
Yeah, well, I agree. There's a few places throughout Kansas City that need to have some kind of design standards or an overlay similar to what we have along Main Street and Truce corridor. I'm a firm believer we need one on Berry Road. It needs something up there because it's starting to have a lot of different uses and businesses and looks that I think we want to try to not have. So I agree.
So my addition to that is you need to talk to your council persons and let them know that funding could come through their PIAC process to help with doing that.
Okay.
I know with the last time it was a real shoestring budget, so it required a lot of investment of the neighborhood, which is hard to find sometimes.
Right. Okay, we'll see everybody back here at 11:40. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Paul Ross, and I received a letter from the city, that you and I discussed this one. Yeah, all that has been removed. There's a place there on the street, but, well, not now, because, it's, I know that, there's people going on and pick up this thing, clear out now, like, so, and, myself and other neighbors, what we try to do, you anything of mail, you try to put it out there. If you notify a friend, there's a refrigerator, or something, you know, it's quick.
So we've got a minute here before we resume our meeting. Okay, I've got 11:40 to time to resume the meeting. Just want to make sure everybody is back. Joe, looks like you're back.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, James, Ashley. Borstein, you there?
Kobe, there is a citizen in the attendee list that's raised their hand. Do you mind if I unmute them temporarily to ask how we can assist?
Sure. Yeah. It looks like we're waiting.
Okay. John Russell, you have your hand raised. How can we help you?
Yes, I'm a resident up at 97th and North Oak Traffic Way, and my power was shut off for an hour. I just wondered if anything was discussed about the 00191 item on the docket.
Yeah, I think you might be referring to the Mazuma Credit Union next to Quick Trip.
Yes.
That one was continued. Let me find the date for you. It was continued to March 2nd.
Okay, thank you. My power was out and I couldn't get to the meeting, so it came back on. Thank you very much.
Understood. Uh-huh.
Borstein, are you back? Two. Let's see, I know we've got 4 commissioners back. Just want to make sure. Okay, 1, 2, 3.
I'm gonna finish my lunch, so I'll just turn my camera off.
Okay. All right, well, let's go ahead and get started and resume our meeting here. I think we've got a quorum of 5. Mr. Rojas, he'll show up, I think. So it looks like we're on the docket item number 3.
Right, docket item 3 is case number ROW 2020-00023. This is a requested alley vacation for property near 1211 West 27th Street. Specifically, it includes several alleys generally bound by 27th on the north, 28th on the south, Southwest Boulevard on the west, and Holly Street on the east. Zach Nelson is the staff planner.
Good morning, Zach Nelson, city planning staff. So this next case is located in South KC near Southwest Boulevard. A little more specifically, this request actually includes several alleys, which I'll detail in a minute, but it's located just south of 27th Street. So the roastery coffee with that airplane is just to the north for a little bit more perspective. And so this is kind of an industrial area in terms of zoning. It's zoned M1-5. And the applicant is requesting to vacate the alleys that are blurred in yellow here. This is kind of an unusual alley vacation in that there are buildings actually constructed currently that exist within the right of way. And then there are several existing buildings that also encroach into the right of way as well. And so that's part of the reason for this request, is just to kind of clean up this site and then to kind of bring those properties within private property so that they're not encroaching as well. And so I'll just point out a few things that currently, how the site currently exists. There's a canopy structure here. I don't know if you can see that. And then this, you can see the building that currently exists within the alleyway as well, kind of in the middle of that area to be vacated. And then a lot of that diagonal alley on the western portion, it's currently blocked off, and it's used for storage currently. And so this is looking south. This is from 27th Street. This kind of gives you a better perspective of what it looks like. The canopy I was mentioning is kind of on the left side of this picture. And this stretches the length of the alley here. And then the portion of the alley on the right side, that's the diagonal portion I was mentioning. And it's currently blocked off. As you can see, there's a gate. And then on the left-hand side, this portion of the alleyway is also blocked off. And then I also want to provide one more picture. This is just kind of a 3D rendering of, give a better idea of how the site's being used. As you can see, there's a lot of vehicles and trailers blocking the site currently. And then again, the building is also within the right-of-way itself. So staff is supportive of this. Staff has reviewed the approval criteria for vacations and believes that this is appropriate for vacation. Staff recommends approval subject to the 6 conditions. Since the alleys have not historically provided continuous public access and they're currently blocked, staff believes that no future useful public purpose is reasonably anticipated. So I just wanted to mention a few of the conditions. I won't go through all of them, but staff is requesting a full width access easement throughout the entire site. The applicant has stated that they don't intend to build within the alleyways. And then I believe it was Public Works or Water, one or the other, I don't remember, is requesting an indemnification agreement for that building that's within the right of way. So that's condition number 5. So that concludes my presentation, and I believe Tom Stiller is on as well, and he's the applicant for this request.
Zach, when this case was originally docketed, this was denied. Can you go through what has changed from the denial to the actual recommend approval?
Yeah, sure. Just a moment. Let me pull my PowerPoint back up. So originally, the site plan didn't show that diagonal alley being fully vacated. And one of the approval criteria for alley vacations is that the full width must be vacated. And so that was one issue in which the criteria wasn't satisfied. Another was that staff had concerns about one of the alleys on the south, just north of 27th Terrace. I don't know if you can see it in that parcel you're drawing it. It looks like public right-of-way. It's kind of in the southwest portion. Staff had concerns that that also needed to be included in the right-of-way vacation, because staff was worried that that would create a dead end on paper, which is another criteria that you can't create a dead end. So staff has resolved that. That's why it was continued, I think, for a month, just to resolve that. It looks like the railroad actually was deeded that back in the 1920s, and so that's not an issue anymore. And then the applicant submitted a revised site plan that vacates that full diagonal alleyway. So that's kind of what's changed, and that's why staff's recommendation has changed as a result.
Okay, but the actual applicant for this project, they're just looking at that very northern building, that little small one. Is that correct? Or does the same owner own these 3 buildings in a row?
I believe that the same owner owns basically all of the white roofed buildings, and then owns the eastern portion where the canopy is. But I think there's a different owner for that western portion that is adjacent to Southwest Boulevard. But the applicant has received consent from 75% of all of the adjacent property owners, which is required.
Okay, thank you.
Zach,
Any
could
other
you-
questions from the commission to staff?
Zach, could you give some historical context to just how the building was built over the alleyway?
I did some research, but I wasn't able to figure out exactly when it was built. I think Tom Stiller might be able to give some more information to that. But I was looking through our old parcel viewer maps and some of our historic maps, and I wasn't able to figure out specifically when that was built.
Okay. Let's go ahead and welcome the applicant. Good afternoon, Mr. Stiller. I guess we're still morning yet.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair and commissioners. Also with me is Danny O'Neill, who's the property owner.
Okay.
And to address Zach's last comment there as to the date of the buildings, the owner might know, Mr. O'Neill, but we don't know definitively, but it could have been as early as the early part of the previous century into maybe the 30s or 40s. Point being, it's been there for, all of those buildings have been there for a very long time.
Gotcha.
And then moving on to the conditions, we have a concern with the condition number 3 versus number 5. Number 3 is indicating that a requirement is that we permit for relocation of existing utilities and or abandon them. In our previous meetings with the water department, there was no interest in abandoning the sanitary sewer that's underneath one of the buildings. It's a 24-inch diameter sanitary, so nobody has an interest in abandoning that or relocating it. So I'd rather that condition go away, because the intent is, in lieu of the items in number 3, is number 5. And we're working with Mr. Settigner, I believe, I don't know if I pronounced his name exactly right, an attorney, who is putting together the indemnification agreements and access easements for the other alleys. And that's the direction that we want to go. I just don't want to get moving too far forward with that number 3 lingering in there for the thought that somebody might take that seriously.
Sure. Where's back on the site plan, do we know where that water and sewer line, where they're located in reference to the buildings?
Yes. If we could bring that back up, there's one alley that's east-west. There it is. That's where the 24-inch diameter sanitary is underneath the building. And that requires the particular indemnification agreement versus just access as that applies to the other north-south alleys.
Okay.
And beyond that, it is exactly as Zach described. You know, we've got some very old structures that evidently were kind of built with a guy kind of using his eye and kind of speculating as to where a property line might be. And so here we are today, and we really want to just clean up all these issues so that any development that might occur in the future, you know, our properties are in order.
Okay. All right. Any questions from the commission to the applicant?
I'm wondering if Zach could speak to number 3. I mean, I completely understand that to some extent the property owner should be responsible for it and the city should no longer be responsible, but can that be done without the removal and just indemnification?
Zach, this is Travis with Casey Water. I can help with that. Yeah, that item can be modified to state that we would require a executed indemnification agreement, because we will address those issues in the indemnification agreement.
Thanks.
So this is Joe. Travis, number 5 shown that Zach is showing now essentially requires that. although it doesn't say executed, but
Yeah, it
so
needs
would
to
we
say,
modify that and delete 3?
let's see. Yeah, instead of submit, that the applicant execute an indemnification agreement.
Okay, I can add that
Yeah.
language.
So it sounds like if we just add the word execute in front of indemnification, then number 3 condition could be removed.
Yes, because like I said, in the indemnification agreement, it will address, if modification or something of that nature occurs to the building, then that would be the responsibility of the applicant or the owner to relocate or abandon that sewer.
Okay. Does that work, Mr. Stiller?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay. All right. There's no more questions for the applicant, then let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony.
One more question. This isn't extremely pertinent, but could the applicant speak to which parcels abutting this are owned by or under control of the owner, like the same ownership?
None of the, none of the abutting properties, no. Different ownership.
Okay, gotcha. And how many parcels are there that are, okay,
Oh,
so 2 owners?
2 owners are abutting. So we have 3 property owners in total involved with the vacation process.
Would you mind
And
just describing them relative to this picture?
Sure. One owner has as the land due west, this sort of angled structure. And then interestingly enough, you see it maybe a sort of a reddish color rooftop in the lower, that right there. There's a little bitty triangular section of property that is owned by the second party.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, Joe, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. Is there anyone that's raised their hand on this docket item, number 3?
Yes, Richard Hernandez just raised his hand,
Okay,
and well, then he lowered it. I'll promote him just in case.
okay. Seems like we had from one of our previous cases, somebody raised their hand, curious about this project, and
It was
Everyone
Mr.
wait.
Hernandez.
okay.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, Richard Hernandez, 2106 Holly, President of the West Side Neighborhood Association. I did not see these lines before. You all didn't post them somewhere. I guess I'd have to go digging deeper into the city records. It'd be nice if we could see them sooner. But as long as you don't take any more alleys, we assumed it was the alley by the houses off of Holly Street. It doesn't go that far, but we do not want them to go that far. So they got property connecting to an alley and then houses right there. That's what we were concerned about. So they're taking the alleys now. As long as they don't go any further than that, we don't have a problem with what they're doing.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anybody else raise their hand, Joe?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay. We'll go ahead and close public testimony. Any further comment, applicant?
No, not this time. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So if there's no discussion amongst the commission, I'll take a motion.
Sorry, I have one more question for staff. I'm just curious about how these things work. So the 24-inch sewer line only, I imagine, services those 3 parcels, or does it service a lot of other people? Okay, and so then is there, I imagine there are plenty of instances of this, but is there good precedent for if there's some issue somewhere along or adjacent to or close to that sewer area of how those things are resolved and how quickly and If there are buildings on top, what happens?
I'll let Mr. Kiefer talk about that one.
Yeah, I think most of that has to do with the indemnification, probably.
Yeah.
Right, and that's the purpose of the agreement, because as we find, situations like this across town, I know you had some cases come up before you earlier, like up in the River Market area and so forth, where you have buildings or structures either currently or proposed over very large, very deep sewers like this. That's where these indemnifications come up. If it was a matter of this only serving one building, then it would be a mandatory requirement that be abandoned or be reduced to simply a service line. But it does serve an area larger than or more than just this one building.
Okay, thanks. And so so as I understand what, like, the idea of what the indemnification would be for this is that in the instance that, we would try to assign the right causation to whomever, if it was something upline that came down and broke in that area and it affected the business owner, or if the business owner were to have somehow done something to damage the line there that would then affect other people, we would try to assign proper attribute causation, right? Is that correct? And so
yeah, it doesn't assign causation. No, it does define responsibility. And so.
Gotcha. And this is something that is relatively, I wouldn't say common, but there are plenty of examples of it.
Yes.
Cool. Thanks.
Any other questions from the commission? Okay, seeing none, I'll take a motion, please.
Move to approve docket item number 3 with conditions.
We need to modify the conditions. I think it's a removal of number 3 and adding language to number 5.
Yes, with the removal of number 3, condition number 3, and the addition of the executed agreement in number 5.
Okay, so I've got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
So I have a motion and a second. Lisa, do you mind taking roll call, please, on the motion?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowe,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Rojas,
You said aye.
I see him. And Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, it looks like motion passes to vacate these alleyways. So thank you for your time and work on this project, and good luck.
Likewise, thank all of you and appreciate your time.
Sure.
Now, if I can figure out how to, I'm on the phone because the power, the internet power went out in the building, and now I'm struggling with my phone here.
Okay, Joe, so it looks like we're going all the way up to docket item number 11. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay,
Docket item-
hold on a second. Just this particular case, I need to recuse on this one, and Tyler's going to take over the chair on this particular docket item.
Docket item 11 is case number CPC 2020-00203. Request to approve a council-approved sign plan in District B32 to allow for a digital multimedia sign for the Carpenters Union on about 6 acres located on the west side of Blue Ridge Cutoff between 38th Terrace on the north and I-70 on the south. Olufu Agbaji is the staff planner.
Sorry about that. Thanks, Joe. Mr. Chair, members of the Plan Commission, Olufu Agbaji, City Planning and Development staff. This next case, as you can see, is located just off at on the east side of 435 and the north side of I-70. A closer look shows that it's right off Blue Ridge Cutoff. Again, as you can see, the Truman Stadium complex with Kauffman Stadium and Arrowhead is to the south of the site. East 38 Terrace is kind of a stop street that's not been fully completed. And this is the St. Louis KC Carpenters Union Hall, and to the east of the site is Drury Inn with a Denny's, and further west is an existing hotel. This overall site was approved back, I think, in the 1970s, but recently amended back in 2006, and it allows for a mix. It's called the Stadium Plaza Business Center, and it allows for a mix of uses, including retail, hotels, offices, and restaurants, of which the existing uses have been installed. The request before you is to approve a council-approved signage plan for the Carpenter Union Hall. This is existing pictures of the Union Hall, where my arrow is to the top left. This is a logo that's on the existing building, and it's located at the southeast corner of the building. This is the existing sign that faces I-70. So the sign is right here. This is looking at the building, looking westward. So this is internal with an existing sign at this location. Recent action that was taken regarding this case are two major cases. Back in June 18, 2020, the City Council amended the council-approved signage section of the code to provide that, and I'll read this verbatim so we don't miss it. So, ordinance number 200293 amended Chapter 88 Zoning and Development Code Section 8844511B to provide that a council-approved signage plan may be approved for any property. And then this amendment added B3, and then all zoning B4, D, UR, M, MPD, SC, and KCIA. But then it provided this underlined exemption. So in June of last year, we did this amendment to provide this exemption. So it says, except that the minimum acreage requirement shall not apply to any property located along an interstate highway within 1 mile of a sports complex stadium. And it further had provided a definition for sports complex stadium. With this amendment, there was no signage plan provided for staff to have been able to review why we made this amendment. So you can see that this amendment was done specifically for this development to be able to, because this development is located within 1 mile and it's less than 10 acres. Otherwise, you need a minimum of 10 acres to be able to do a council-approved signage. So we gave them 2 exemptions, reducing the acreage, and we also added a location that it had to be within 1 mile of the stadium, which made this qualify for that. Also in August of 2020, Council passed ordinance number 200-626 that approved the development plan for this Union Hall to allow for creation of 2 lots. That plan allowed for the hall to remain, and then also created a lot for the wellness center, which should be under construction shortly. This is the proposed wellness center. This is the existing Union Hall. So that action in August allowed for this to proceed. Today's request is for approval of what is described as a digital media board at this location where my arrow is at the southeast corner of the site. And I'll keep going. Overall, it's about 6 acres. The current zoning is B3-2. And then the proposed sign is about 55 feet tall. Square footage is about 672. and then the pole base is about 35 feet tall. If this is compared to an outdoor advertisement sign are limited to 35 feet max in height and then 30 square feet in area. This is what the proposed sign looks like. So again, let me say that the sign package does involve other signs that's permitted on the site. Every other sign that is shown on the sign package can be approved by staff administratively without requiring a council approved signage plan. So the only reason for this council approved signage plan is to put in this multimedia board. All the other signs, both existing and proposed, can be installed without the council approved signage plan. And these are the other signs proposed, which you saw in my earlier rendering of the Wellness Center. All the signs will be there and can be there without this plan. A closer look at the sign shows that it's 14 by 48, and again, it's 50 feet tall. It sits on a pole base with brick veneer to match the existing building. And this is an overhead view of what the sign will look like. And when staff reviewed this, and the purpose as outlined in the zoning code for council approved signage plan reads as follows. The council approved signage plan approval process is intended to integrate the design of the sign proposed for a development project with the design of the structures into a unified architectural statement and allow flexibility in the size, height, duration, number, and types of allowed sign. A council approved signage plan provides a means for defining common sign regulations for large or unique development to encourage maximum incentive and latitude in the design and display of sign, and to achieve, I should have underlined this, not to circumvent the intent of this chapter. So the reason that's critical is that, again, when you look at the next section, which is the applicability section, which was the section that was amended in June of 2020, and that section reads that an applicant may apply for council approved signage plan approval for any property zoned having a minimum of 10 contiguous acre of area. And then we added that exception last year, which is except that the minimum zoning acreage shall not apply to property within the downtown loop, except that the minimum acreage may have property along interstate within 1 mile of the stadium. So this is what the description proposed by the applicant for the sign states. And I'll go back to show you where it is on the sign plan. So this is this description number 2. And I've blown it up so we can go through it and read what it says. The sign states that digital message board, it calls it a digital message board, multi-message digital sign shall display on and off premise advertising content. In addition, it shall provide emergency messaging access for city and state agencies such as Amber and Silver Alert, and provide space for KCMO community service announcements on a space available basis. Digital message board complies with all state of Missouri requirement for the outdoor advertising signs. So the Zoning and Development Code defines sign outdoor advertising as a sign which directs attention to a business, commodity, service, activity, or product sold, conducted, or offered off the premise where such sign is located. So with that said, staff informed the applicant of this when they applied and told them that they've applied for the wrong thing. We do have a section in the code that deals with outdoor advertising, and I will, once I'm done with my presentation, I will send a link to that section for reference. So we have a section. So with that, staff states that the proposed sign is described by the zoning code as an outdoor advertising sign. That section of the code, 88-445-14, regulates the installation of all outdoor advertising signs within the city. This section also governs the location, size, height, dimension, appearance, lighting, animation, and electronic operation of outdoor advertising signs. The proposed sign as presented fails to meet the locational criteria stipulated in this section of the code, and therefore the applicant is pursuing this application to circumvent that section, which is 88-44514. Further, pole signs are not permitted. Therefore, the applicant is pursuing their application to circumvent the code by requesting a pole sign. Here are the standards outlined by which we review council approved signage plans. And I will go through this real quick. There are 8 items, of which I think about 4 or 5 apply. The sign shall comply with the purpose of this chapter and the overall intent of this section. Like I stated earlier, it does not meet the purpose and the applicability, or the purpose for sure, because it is an attempt to circumvent that purpose statement of the section of the code. It also says the sign shall enhance the overall development, be in harmony with and relate visually to other signs included in the council approved signage plan, to the structure and development they identify, and to surrounding development and neighborhoods. This building, or this Union Hall, is located within the Stadium Plaza Industrial Business Center. If we are coming with a council approved signage plan, staff will be looking for one for the overall Stadium Plaza Business Center that identifies everybody and then tries to show how that works within that overall development. It says that the sign will not create a safety or hazard. This sign is going to be located right on the on-ramp onto I-70, just before the intersection or the interchange of 435 and 70. So a sign of that size, magnitude or height, height, and then the fact that it's also illuminated will be very, very visible at this location. The plan shall comply with the standard of this chapter, except that flexibility is allowed with regard to sign area, number, location, type, and height. Extend that the council approved signage plan will enhance the overall development and will more fully accomplish the purpose of this chapter. So again, this sign is an attempt to install what we'll call an outdoor advertising sign through a different process, and the rest do not apply. So with that, staff's recommendation is for denial for the following reason. This sign does not meet the purpose and applicability section of the code for a council approved signage plan. It's an attempt to circumvent it. The proposed sign is an outdoor advertising sign as defined by the Zoning and Development Code. And this again is an attempt to circumvent the code by installing a sign that could not be done based on the location criteria identified by an outdoor advertisement sign. Digital outdoor advertising sign is not permitted. And then the signage on this plan can be accomplished by pursuing an oversized monument sign or development sign for the overall center. And staff has some conditions should the City Plan Commission choose to approve this. We would like to see some correction done. And one of the correction is that the plan needs to be revised to dimension the pole base and setback from the existing building and show all existing utility easements. And Water Services recommends that the sign be moved out of said easements. And furthermore, condition of approval be that the location of the sign base be approved by Water Services prior to issuance of building permit, and also that the developer enter into an agreement with the city should the sign be located within the existing easement, which will include stipulation that if the city needs to excavate to perform maintenance on the sanitary sewer line, the owner will have to do at their own expense. Completely dismantle the sign so city can perform work without obstruction, likely including the foundation prior to issuance of building permit. That ends my presentation. and I will take any questions.
Thanks, Olafu. That was very helpful and very thorough. Do we have any questions for Olafu or the other city staff members?
I have a question, Olafu. If this was to move forward as like a monument sign or a development sign, could they still make it a digital display, or is that also not allowed in that context?
That is not possible because digital signage is first permitted in the B4 district. So a digital monument sign is not permitted in the B3 district.
And was the case that we previously saw where we made that exception for the stadium, was that based around this project? Is that what prompted it to the language to be changed, or was that just sort of a discussion amongst planning?
No, that was a request by the applicant to amend the code to allow for this to occur. Okay. So it came through City Plan Commission, I want to say in June. Mm-hmm. And then the idea was to allow for the union to have some kind of signage that would be integrated. We were never shown a billboard, more or less a digital one, and the size of it or the scale of it. So.
And Commissioner Sadowski, this is Joe. At the time the amendment was proposed, we knew that the applicant was involved in some capacity, even though it was initiated by a council member. Mm-hmm. And we asked for information about what sign they wanted to have so that we could make sure that whatever amendment was written was actually necessary. Mm-hmm. And we were ignored. We did not get a response to that request.
Okay. Okay.
Any other questions for staff?
I have a question for staff. I'm a member of the Aerospace Workers. Does that cause me to recuse myself? Union, that is.
I'm not sure. I mean, what's the relationship? What's your concern?
In that relationship, I also am very familiar with the Carpenters Union. In fact, some of their officers.
Okay.
Never discussed this with anyone or had discussions of any kind towards this particular motion, towards this particular project proposal. But does that create a conflict for me?
If I'm understanding correctly, you say you're not a member of the Carpenters Union, correct?
But I am familiar with their officers.
So you know some of their officers, but
yes.
You're not involved in this case, correct?
Not in any way.
Okay. Well, then unless you believe that your relationship or your familiarity with the officers of the Carpenters Union would cause you to be unable to be objective, then I would say you don't have a conflict.
You think what again?
If you believe that whatever relationship you have with the officers of this union would prevent you from being able to evaluate this case objectively, then you should recuse. But if you don't need to recuse.
Yeah, I'm a personal friend of them. That's what I'm saying. But I've never discussed this proposal at all in any way, shape, or form.
Okay, I can't make the decision for you, but it doesn't sound to me like you have a conflict, but if you have any concern, then you should just go ahead and recuse.
I'll recuse.
Just knowing somebody is not a conflict.
I'll recuse myself.
Okay, that's fine.
This is Forrest Thing. I just have one question. I'm trying to think of the exact name of it, but I thought the Christian Athletics something used to be in that area. Is this the same area that we're talking about? And if I'm correct on that, do they still have property or a building in this area as well?
Yeah,
yes,
Joe, it's the same area. They have property just to the west of this site, a couple lots to the west.
But are they included in this site?
Oh, no, I don't believe so.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, barring any other questions, Joe, can you introduce the applicant, please?
Chairman Enders now. I'm Patricia Jensen with the Ross Fretz Law Firm, here today on behalf of the St. Louis Kansas City Carpenters Regional Council. Joe Hudson is also online now and has been promoted, who is a representative of the Carpenters Regional Council. I have a PowerPoint presentation. Olofu's going to move the screen for me. So Olofu's done a good job of showing the pictures of the existing site. That's in front of you, on this first page. It is the north side of the building. So it's the building, it's the side that is adjacent to 38th Terrace. Next slide. The request is that the City Plan Commission recommend approval of the council approved signage plan to provide for comprehensive signage for the St. Louis Kansas City Carpenters Regional Council headquarters, training center, and the new wellness center, including the multimedia digital sign. Next slide. Olofu has already identified where the location is. Next slide. And Olofu has also gone over the case history of this. So in 1995, the original building was constructed as a sporting goods store, and it was later occupied by Vatterott College. In 2006, the Stadium Plaza Business Center development plan was approved, and it showed 60,000 square feet of commercial retail space that was completed as part of phase 2. In 2014, that building was renovated by the Carpenters Union to convert it to the local headquarters and the training facility. And Joe Hudson can certainly provide more information to you on that building itself. And as Olofu explained, in 2020, the ordinance was passed to approve a development plan to allow for a new 6,200 square foot wellness center building within the existing parking lot of the training facility. We'll give you more details on that building. It's really a great benefit to the many members of the Carpenters Union. And then we filed the application at the end of last year for the council approved signage plan. Next slide. This shows you I-70 is to the left on the screen. East 38th Terrace is to your right. And then Blue Ridge Cutoff is down on the bottom towards the south. And this shows the local headquarters and training center, which are existing, and then the wellness center, which is just now beginning construction. Next slide. This is a rendering of what the wellness center is going to look like. Not only will it provide for doctors and healthcare providers for its members, it will also provide for a place that its members can buy prescription drugs as well as over-the-counter drugs at a much discounted rate. And Joe can give you more specifics on that. Next slide. This is the beginning of the council approved signage plan. So Olofu's already showed you this plan. Olofu, you can flip through these slides fairly quickly. I want to note that about the multimedia sign, it's not your typical pole sign. We were very deliberate in making sure that it presented a unique design, and that's why it matches the existing building. Next slide. Next slide. This is the details of the multimedia sign. It's intended to display both on and off premise advertising content. It will It will promote the union in addition to identifying the location of both the wellness center and the headquarters. We will provide access to city and state agencies for emergency messaging, which is very important along I-70. And we also will promote community service announcements. It meets all of MoDOT's requirement for an outdoor advertising sign placement. And I would point out, if you'll flip back to that, Olafu, we're not right. Olafu said we were right at the on-ramps, on and off ramps for Blue Ridge Cutoff. We meet the spacing requirements of MoDOT for the placement of that sign from on and off ramps. Next slide. This is a view of you traveling west along I-70. You can see the on-ramp coming off of Blue Ridge Cutoff. And you can see that the pole of the sign will match the existing building. Next slide. The council approved signage plan, Olafu has already gone over the purpose section. It is designed to accomplish many purposes, not just a single purpose. So next slide. All right, we believe that the staff's interpretation of 88445-11-A is too narrow. They state that the purpose of the sign is for defining common sign regulations for large or unique developments, which this project does not meet, considering it is a single user. I reviewed a number of council approved signage plans over the past week. And I've got a handful in front of me. I'm not going to bore you with all those details, but there are many, many ordinances in the past 3 to 4 years approving council approved signage plans for single users. So I don't believe that the staff is correct in saying that they don't approve that for single users. And I can name the ordinances if anybody has any questions with regards to that. As we stated, it's not a single purpose. It includes many purposes, and it can't be read as to being applicable only to large developments. We believe that the Carpenters Union is a unique development. The training center provides job training services and support for 20,000 plus members in the region, both online and in person. And the Wellness Center will provide same-day service for acute and sick care to members who suffer from work-related injuries or other illnesses. The sign is integrated with the adjacent structure. The sign is a different type than would otherwise be allowed, and hence the need for the council-approved signage plans. Olafu stated that that our purpose was to circumvent the code. That's not true. If that's true for all council approved signage plans, because they permit signage that is not otherwise allowed pursuant to the zoning and development code. Next slide. Our request, and I'm going to have Joe Hudson speak at this point, but our request is that you recommend approval of the council approved signage plan for the comprehensive sign package for the Carpenters. I do have some comparisons to what we're requesting here compared to what has been approved for other cases in the downtown area. One is the Power and Light District has signage that includes, and on their UR plan, it includes both signs that permit on and off-premise advertising. They are cube signs that are digital. Also, a recent case, and I've got this that I can share with you, is that there was an ordinance passed in 2017 It was ordinance number 170341. I'm reading from the ordinance. It was to approve a council approved signage plan for the City of Kansas City Convention Center to allow placement of a digital marquee sign on the Central Street facade at West 13th Street. This was a sign plan for 18 acres. It was the convention center, but it specifically permitted, and you all probably have driven along there, it permitted a digital sign on the convention center building itself that advertises the Broadway Across America and other events that take place at the music hall. That was not included as a part of the overall sign plan. So we believe that sign that was permitted both off-site and on-site advertising. With that, I'm going to have Joe Hudson provide any additional remarks. Joe?
Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Patricia. I appreciate it. Just a little bit of more background on the Wellness Center. I think Patricia pretty well laid it out. The Wellness Center is going to have a variety of services there. We'll have primary care, urgent care, chiropractic care, physical therapy services, lab services, X-ray, behavioral health services, vision care, hearing care, wellness and health coaching. It'll have a full service pharmacy. Like Patricia mentioned, you can go there and get non-prescription drugs at our cost. There'll be up to 11 high-paid staff with benefits there. Cerner will be the third party that basically runs the Wellness Center on our behalf. I would like to also note that the Union Hall, as it was called, it is a union hall. We do hold union meetings there, but the primary purpose of that building is for training of apprentices, upgrade training of our journeymen, and we also have currently we have a health and welfare office there for our members if they have health and welfare questions or issues with their health and welfare benefits, things like that. We also have a drug testing office in that facility, as well as that's where the regional council staff or the business agents, you could say, office out of that facility. So there's several uses of the current building that's there. There's going to be multiple uses for the Wellness Center, and the message board that we're talking about is really to help promote to the community. One of the things that we'll be doing, or that we currently do at the training center, for example, is we offer welding classes. Our instructors are teachers certified, and they're able to train MoDOT or certify MoDOT and KDOT welding certifications. We don't just do that with our current union members and apprentices. We also offer those type of services outside of our organizations and around into the community. Some of the things that we would like to do with this message board, yes, there will be some opportunity for revenue generation off of the message board, but that won't be the primary purpose. The primary purpose will be to help promote things like the airport workforce training program that we were heavily involved with creating, and hopefully continue to transform once that airport is completed. Benefit to the community, obviously with the wages and benefits that our members command and our contractors pay. We're looking forward to being able to message that out into the community. And as Patricia mentioned, other plans with that message board will also be to work with the city, state, county to promote different things in those regards as well.
And if I can share my screen, I'll show you this case I just talked about so that you can. So I believe what's up in front of you right now is you can see the ordinance I referenced for the Kansas City Convention Center. And that's the ordinance number. And I'm going to show you the details of this. Is the sign that was permitted under that ordinance. It was a digital sign, and it is placed on the convention center building itself, but it advertises musicals taking place off-site. This shows you the area of the approved signage plan is outlined in black there. And then the music hall building, as you know, is off to the east of this site itself.
If I can, I'd like to add as well, we spent roughly $8.2 million on the training facility that we converted from the for-profit Vatterott College into our training facility. And we're going to spend about $6 million on the wellness center. I wouldn't bring that up, but I would like to bring it up because I know one of the big issues in Kansas City right now is incentives. And we've done all of this work in developing this property without incentives on our own dime. And the last thing I'll say is the position of this message board is going to align with our building. So the brick post that it's going to sit on will be in line with the corner of our building. So it'll virtually look like it's a part of the building. And I'll stand for questions if anybody has any.
Yeah. With that, we would request that you recommend approval of the council approved signage plan.
Thanks. All right. Any questions from the commissioners?
Yes, I have several. This is for Sting. Olafur in his presentation said there's a different statute or zoning that this would fall up under. Have we touched upon why you feel that's not the correct one to use and you want to use the one that's before us?
Commissioner Beasley, there is the outdoor advertising section of the code. That's section 88445. Essentially, that code provision provides certain limitations where new signs are not allowed to be installed in the city. So we can't pursue that section. We have to approve it through a council approved signage plan.
So that's what was done in June.
Yes, it was introduced and advocated for by Councilwoman Melissa Robinson.
So I'm still a bit confused then. If it was approved in June, why are we back?
That was just a text amendment to allow us to make the application.
Okay. So in your presentation of the pictures, I'm pretty sure it was yours. I don't think it was Olafur's. You showed a monument digital sign along the highway.
It is based on a brick pole.
No, not what you're designing. You showed an actual one that is existing. How far from the site is that one that was in your picture?
I believe the rendering that we showed.
That was an actual picture. I thought it was an actual picture.
That is a photo with the sign inserted in it. It's not existing.
So can I see that again, please?
Sure, Olafur.
No, it's in yours.
No, I know, but he's the one who
I have a presentation, so I'll bring it up for you. Give me a minute. Is it this one?
That's that one, yes.
That's a photo of what it will look like once it's erected and installed.
And it's right next to the building.
So you had mentioned that it was approved by MoDOT.
It meets all of the MoDOT requirements. We don't have a MoDOT permit yet. We have to come here and obtain a permit from the city first. or approval from the city first.
So the existing buildings, it was a former Vatterrock, and you could see the signage on the building that said Vatterrock. So the existing buildings cannot have that type of signage or a digital type signage on their building to give this information?
No, it cannot have it without a council approved signage plan.
And Commissioner Beasley, I think you might also find some extra context if you ask that question to Olafu, because I think he would answer differently as to what signs the applicant could put up through a different process.
Okay, Olafu, would you address that for me?
They could do an oversized monument sign, or they could also do a development sign. And those are approved also through, that can be approved without even coming through the council approved signage plan.
And let me jump in. This is Joe. The oversized monument sign and the development district sign are different than what you're seeing here because they can only advertise products or services or tenants on site. That's the key distinction between what is being proposed and any of the allowed type of signs. In addition to that, I think there was a question about digital signage, even on a permitted sign type, such as a monument sign, is not allowed in this district anyway. It's first allowed in B4. Olafu did say that earlier, just for clarification. That's the digital, if this sign type was an allowed sign type and they weren't trying to get approval through a council approved sign plan, they couldn't have digital on it anyway.
So I guess that's the issue, right? I'm trying to get to, the issue is that this signage is not technically allowed in this zoning, which connects to the digital signage in the size, correct?
Yes, and the sign type.
And the sign type, okay.
So the applicant believes that the council can approve a different sign type through a council approved sign plan than what is otherwise allowed. And that's why they're asking for what, we call it outdoor advertising in our code, but it's a billboard. And that's why they're asking for it because they can't do that at this location and in this zoning district otherwise. So there's that issue, and then there's the digital. I mean, they're two different issues that are kind of connected to each other.
Okay, thank you.
And then it also exceeds the height and then the size and those two.
It exceeds the requirements on that too, is that what you just said?
It exceeds the height allowed for an outdoor advertisement sign, and it exceeds the square footage allowed for an outdoor advertisement sign.
Ms. Jensen, you want to address why it's so big?
But it's been placed adjacent to the building and it's to get the height up above the tree line. You can see that.
Are there any other questions for the applicant? Joe, do we have anyone from the public wishing to speak on this?
I don't see anyone raising their hand. And can I just also point out real quick that the convention center sign that was referenced in the Power and Light District signs, those have to follow the same rules. They cannot advertise off-site. So if Ms. Jensen has seen them advertising products or services or events off-site, then she could file a complaint and we will investigate that and tell them to stop.
Well, you can see the photo that was approved with it, Joe, advertises the musicals which take place off-site.
Across the street. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay.
But we did not approve for them to advertise off-site. That was never done. We took the same position.
And the Power and Light District UR plan specifically provides for off-site advertising. So.
Joe, do we still not have anyone from the public who's raised their hand?
No.
Great. Well, we will close public testimony and then applicant, is there anything else you want to add before we discuss?
No, we just request that you recommend approval.
Great, thanks. All right, if we could, close out of the presentation. If anyone wants to share any thoughts or make a motion.
I guess I understand what staff's doing here, but this seems like it seems like it's caught in between being a business district, but also being right next to I-70. And in my view, the sign is fine for I-70 and where it's located. I understand the challenges. It just seems like it's all mixed. It's mixed up in a really gray area that we want to stay consistent, but it also, to me, doesn't seem out of place. And actually, I think that the digital signage along highways is actually more beneficial to the neighborhoods and the areas around it because it can be more topical. We often drive by billboards that aren't replaced, and it's just kind of awkward. So I personally, I would be in favor of approving it, mainly because I feel like it's appropriate, understanding that there is some complications with the actual code and the zoning. But those are my 2 cents on it.
My view is we're setting a precedent, and I would be supporting staff's recommendation on this case.
And so Olafu, the city is trying to, by saying that outdoor signs can't be allowed in this location, they're trying to say that they do not want that aesthetic of having a series, because you see it all over Kansas City with that, I'm thinking like as you're driving near Boulevard, or you see outdoor signage that is advertising for things that are not on site. But is that something that the city is trying to move away from?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
What this commission doesn't have the benefit of is the history of many, many years, various city councils and neighborhood groups and advocates for reducing sign clutter fought to get our billboard ordinance in place. And the whole goal of it was to restrict them to very specific locations in the city. There's just a couple places where you can really do it. A lot of the billboards that are still around, and there are many, are non-conforming. And so they're allowed to remain. And we just also, I believe it was about 1.5 years ago now, approved an ordinance that allowed some of those existing billboards to be removed in lieu of converting another existing billboard to digital. That's an incentive to get people, because Commissioner Baker's point, many of these sign companies want digital signage. They're more valuable and they're more topical and timely, of course. It's an incentive to remove the dilapidated or less valuable billboards. So that was also a big negotiation process. To staff, it's clearly the intent of the ordinance to not allow off-site advertising signs except for the very specific locations where the code already sets forth. That's why we go back to the whole intent of the council approved sign plan that Olaf, we read to you word for word, which says it's to allow flexibility, but not to circumvent the code. And we believe this is circumventing the intent of the code.
Okay, thank you, Joe. I really agree that to me, it's almost cut and dry. I think that, there's a lot of great things that are happening on the site, but I don't think that that really changes, at least my opinion, on us not promoting going outside of staff recommendations and this larger idea that the staff has promoted and worked with communities for years to change the highway landscape. So I would favor going with staff's recommendation of denial.
And for the commission, I know I provided the link, but on the screen is the sign location criteria for a new billboard. And all those criteria needs to be met. And like Ms. Jensen said, they cannot meet that criteria. And this is the city's criteria for locating a billboard. I'm not the MoDOT criteria. This is the city's criteria, and they cannot meet this criteria, which any other sign company will have to meet. So they are going around this criteria that's established in the sign code to go ahead and try to do it via council approved signage plan. And if I go
Thanks.
down to that,
You actually, if we can go back to just viewing everyone else, so I feel, and I don't know, because the applicant can't respond to it, I feel weird having you show this. So let's just keep on discussing. Although if someone is interested in learning about billboard regulations and wants to ask about it, then I would welcome you sharing this again. So did any other commissioners have any thoughts or questions or comments?
I do kind of think that that's a response to my earlier question about the difference in the two by him showing us this one. Is this not the one that he was saying that?
That's perfect. If you want to ask for it, I'm all about Olafu sharing this. I just didn't want him to preemptively share it without someone asking, because then again, I feel that it's unfair to the applicant.
So that's what my take was. If this was what a response to my question in what's the difference in the two. But I've already made up my mind. I don't need to see this. I was involved when the battle was going on about the billboards with the neighborhoods and the city getting some better guidelines. So I'm good.
All right. And would anyone like to make a motion?
Commissioner Anders, I move to deny case number 11 as per staff's recommendation.
And I'll second.
Great. Lisa, could you go ahead and take a vote on this, please?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
All right. Denial was passed. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. I'm on the next case, so.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tyler, for taking that one over. Okay, looks like we're on to docket item number 18.
Right. Docket item 18 has 3 companion cases, starting with 18.1, which is case number CD CPC 2020-00204, Andy's Frozen Custard at 7841 Washington Street. This request is to amend the area plan for the subject property. Docket item 18.2, case number CPC 2020-00201. Same location, same project. This is a request to rezone the subject property to District B2. And 18.3, case number CPC 2020-00202. Same project, same property. This is a request to approve a development plan, which also acts as a preliminary plat for the proposed Andy's Frozen Custard. And Zach Nelson is our staff planner.
Good afternoon again, Zach Nelson, City Planning staff. So this next case is located in South KC within the Waldo area. And this should be somewhat familiar to you all. So this is at the northwest corner of Worrell and 79th Street. And there was formerly a Berbiglia's liquor store here on the corner. And you all recommended approval, and City Council approved development plan and a rezoning for an Andy's Frozen Custard at this location. So the requests today have to do with the lot immediately to the west, adjacent to the property along Washington Street. It's currently a single family home that's existed for many years, and it's currently zoned R6. And so the first 2 companion cases that are being requested are an area plan amendment and a rezoning. And so the applicant is requesting to amend the Country Club Waldo area plan from low density residential to mixed use community. And then the second request is rezoning from R6 to B2-2. And the intent of that is to match the zoning of the Andy's Frozen Custard that was previously approved. So this is looking at the single family home that we're talking about, looking north. And so This is the former Berdiglia's building. It's actually been demolished. It's currently wrapping up the demo phase. And then this is Washington Street on the west here. And then this is looking east from Washington Street. This is the single family home we're discussing. And then there's also multifamily apartments just to the north of that, just to give you a little bit of context. And then this is looking north on Washington Street. So it's single family residential, and then some apartments as well. So very residential in nature. And so this is what was previously approved. Just to recap, I'll be very brief. Annie's Frozen Custard with a drive-through along the south side with vehicular access off of Worrell Road and then also off of 79th Street here. At that time, I think there were 33 parking spaces that were approved. And so this is the revised site plan. It's very similar to what was previously approved. It basically expands the parking. The plans now show 45 parking spaces. A minimum of 22 spaces are required, so they meet that requirement. A double drive-through is shown now. And then in terms of signage, I don't think anything has changed specifically. And the plan complies with all signage requirements. And so in terms of landscaping, the site is proposed to be heavily landscaped. I think we'll have 19 street trees, which complies with the requirements. And then the parking will also be landscaped as well and buffered. Staff would like to see additional landscaping, however, I want to mention that. One of the conditions, I'll mention this in a moment, but staff is recommending that a wall be constructed along this western parking lot here, and then additional landscaping rather be installed as well, just to provide additional buffering. So staff does have several concerns, one of which is preserving the neighborhood, the residential character. This is a very stable and built out residential neighborhood. And staff has concerns that this rezoning, if approved, could lead to other uses in the future. You know, staff and the applicant can't guarantee that Andy's will always be at this location. And the B2 zoning, if approved, will run with the land. So the neighbors will be subject to any future uses that are allowed within that B2 zoning. And then staff is also concerned about the buffering and as I mentioned, just kind of the visual separation of residential and commercial uses. So staff has only received one comment from the public regarding this project, and I'll try to be very quick. I'll read it out real quick for you. Dear City Plan Commission, as I am unable to attend your February 16th meeting in person, I am writing to express my opposition to the 3 cases noted above regarding Andy's Frozen Custard. I'm a resident of Waldo and I look forward to having Andy's in the neighborhood. Their strawberry shortcake sundae is delicious. However, I'm opposed to replacing the home at the northeast corner of 79th and Washington with parking. The plans submitted for this development show 45 parking spaces, more than twice the amount required by code. In their previous application to you, Andy's represented that their development would not require encroachment into the adjacent neighborhood. This plan amendment and rezoning does not ask the neighborhood to accept this encroachment for the sake of a new business or other community enhancing use, but for twice the parking that is required. That trade-off is not one that the neighborhood should be required to accept. I also note that no other Andy's in the area appears to have this incredibly high amount of parking. This site is 1 block from the trolley track trail. Expanding the amount of bicycle parking by 100% would be more appropriate than expanding the amount of car parking by 100%. As your staff rightly points out in the staff report, once approved, it is unlikely that the site will return to residential use, but the remaining homes will be subject to all future commercial uses that will no longer be buffered through the current development pattern. Neighbors are more important than parking spaces. Please require Andy's to stick to what they previously requested and reject these applications. Thank you for considering my comments in your deliberations, Sarah Copeland. And so due to staff's concerns that I mentioned, staff recommends denial of all 3 requests. However, if CPC does choose to recommend approval, Staff has provided a conditions sheet with several conditions of approval. And that concludes our presentation.
Okay, is there any questions from the commission to city staff?
Zach, it's Commissioner Allender. I'm just looking at the rest of the strip up here, and there are some properties that go back to, I mean, there's a row of houses, but then there are commercial properties that go back to that road. So I'm just interested to see why some of those properties are going back to the road and they got approved. And there's a denial on this case. So could you address that?
Yeah, and I'm not sure specifically when those were approved. However, I would like to point out that a lot of those properties, they're not landscaped very well, and the buffering is almost non-existent, and they haven't been kept very well. And so staff believes that the area plan recommendation is appropriate for this area, and believes that maintaining this corner is important. And so that's kind of the reason for that, for the recommendation, at least on this corner.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, applicant, welcome.
Thank you,
Again.
Mr. Chair.
Sure.
Joe, can you promote Andy Kuntz? He should be online.
I just promoted him.
Okay, great. Zach, do you want to upload my staff report or my PowerPoint? And Commissioner Allender, you asked a great question. We're going to go through what really exists in this area, both north and south of 79th Street. So yes, we were in front of you a few months ago, back in September, regarding August and September of last year, regarding the former Burbelia store that was sitting vacant and deteriorating and causing issues in the neighborhood because of that. And we've acquired that Burbelia store, and as Zach said, we began demolition of the building, and it's almost essentially all down, to move forward with the Andy's Frozen Custard. This is, Zach, if you'll go to the next slide. So we're in front of you today. We'll explain what things have changed as we began implementing the plan that was approved last September by the City Council. So we're requesting that you amend the Country Club Waldo area plan, rezone 0.2 acres of land from R6 to B22, and approve the amendment to the development plan to allow for the Andes and incorporation of the property at 7841 Washington, subject to staff's recommended conditions with some modifications, which we'll show you at the very end. Next slide. And then a quick case history, because I believe the fate of that house at 7841 Washington was addressed back when they transferred most of their rear yard in 1993 when Burbelia went into place. So sometime in 1993, Burbelia acquired the site and demolished the existing Long John Silver's. And at that time, the homeowner at 7841 Washington sold that rear yard property to Burbelia. As we began implementing this plan, it became apparent that we were going to be removing the deck of the adjacent single-family house at 7841 Washington, and our improvements would essentially bring our property up to the rear wall of that residential house. So as Zach identified, on September 1st of last year, CPC recommended the Andes rezoning request. What I want to note is we downzoned that front part of that property from B3 down to B2, and then we also rezoned that back portion of that lot where the rear yard of that home was. We rezoned that from R6 to B22. On September 24th, the city council passed the ordinance to approve the rezoning and the development plan. And then at the end of last year, we submitted the applications that are in front of you today. Next slide. This is an aerial with the Andes development over it. You can see the area shaded in blue is the original development plan that was approved by the city council and this body. The area that is shaded in yellow is the house we're talking about at 7841 Washington. Next slide. And this area shows the encroachment. So the area outlined in yellow is the Burbelia property lines, now Andes property lines. And that area in yellow is essentially up next to the rear wall, I can't say that 3 times, of the single family house. And the area shaded in blue shows the encroachment of that residential house on the Andes property. Next slide. These are, Zach has already shown you photos. These are photos of 7841 Washington. The next slide, which you haven't seen, is photos of the interior once Andes acquired. Well, there it is, the fence right next to the house. And beyond that fence is the deck that we would have to remove. Next slide. This is the interior of the house once Andes acquired it and began cleaning out that house. Next slide. And then this is a photo looking along 79th Street. I want to point out that Andes will be constructing sidewalks, which is very important to the neighborhood in this area. And now our sidewalks will extend all the way to Washington. Next slide. Zach has already shown you a picture. This is 2 4-unit apartment buildings, I believe, that exist directly to the north of that single family house. Next slide. This shows you the approved plan, 32 parking spaces, and the stacking area for cars as they're waiting to get their custard is only 6 cars. I believe some of you were concerned about whether or not there was enough stacking room and parking spaces so as to not stack cars onto 79th Street and Warnell Road during our discussions. Next slide. This shows you our proposed plan that's in front of you. This will allow us to get a total of 10 cars to stack at the drive-through window. It also will allow us to get some additional parking. So we go from 32 to 45 spaces. But to the left of the screen is we are planning on installing a wood fence. That's one of the revisions I'm going to request that you make. Staff talks in terms of a wall. We've got a wood fence planned, which, and then with landscaping in front of that. Next slide. These are renderings along Washington showing the approved plan, which had our wood fence in there. And you can see the residential home is outlined in that gray color. Next slide. And these are renderings along Washington, which show you the proposed new plan. There will be additional landscaping in front of that fence area, as Zach has stated. Next slide. So let's really talk about what exists out here. And as Commissioner Allender has already pointed out, there is extensive commercial uses adjacent to Washington. So the top picture, it points to where these photos were taken, shows you the commercial uses right up next to Washington. And then the middle picture goes further south and shows you there is used car lots and auto dealerships along there. So you have extensive automobiles that are stored on the site. And then the final picture is just to the south of 79th Street. And that shows you the convenience store that was permitted by the city and approved by the city not that long ago. And then as you go down, the B3 zoning exists further south. Next slide. So let's look at what we're really asking you to do in terms of the Country Club Waldo area plan land use map. Our site and the area of the staff's concern about encroachment of commercial into a residential neighborhood is very, very minuscule and very small. You can see that. In fact, what we're proposing matches the mixed use community recommendations of the land use plan. The mixed use community land use recommendations go all the way up Washington as you head north. It's just the area of the existing house plus about 3 houses to the north, which includes the multifamily apartment buildings. Next slide. We have had very, these are the elevations, which as Andy or as Zach has stated, really haven't changed. Next slide. And then we've had very, very good public engagement. Not only did we meet before we had the previous plan approved, but we met with the adjacent neighbors who are within 300 feet and the West Waldo Neighborhood Association on January 26th. And we had several neighbors attend that meeting. Sarah Copeland, who sent you an email, lives far from this site. She lives at East 72nd Street and Cherry Street, which is probably, I would guess, a distance of 2.5 to 3 miles at least from this site. So I believe that there are neighbors online who will testify in support of our plan, and especially the neighbor who is directly across the street on Washington, who is in support of our plan, which her name is Tracy Graybill. And then there is an adjacent business owner to the south east corner across from Andy's on Warnell Road. And her name is Christina Abnos. Next slide. This is an email from Christina Abnos. I believe she's online, and she is fully supportive of what we are proposing to do here. Next slide. Before I finish with the request and go over the conditions, I'm going to have Andy Kuntz provide testimony. He actually had a lot of direct interaction with neighbors because he went door to door with a number of the ones who were directly across the street on Washington. So Andy?
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, can you stop sharing this part, Zach, and then we'll go back to this slide. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Patricia and Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Yes, so back in December, when we decided to go down this path, I went door to door for the 4 houses directly to the west of this house. So those would be 7840 Washington, 7836, 7832, and 7828. And I was able to connect with 3 of those residents. The first 3 to the south. The one at 7828 was not home, and everybody was aware of Andy's. Everybody was aware that Andy's was coming to the old Burbilia, and then I had illustrations that I left with them. I think the guy at maybe his name was John at 7832 was right in the middle of cooking dinner. It was about 5:30 at night, and he was surprised to find Andy of Andy's doing this. But anyhow, he had seen the plan before. I showed him the illustrations. He says it looks great. He was in support of it from what I could tell. Everybody along that way, there wasn't anybody that had an issue that I was aware of. Even Tracy that lives directly across the street. Again, I think like Patricia said, she's online and I think she's willing to share her comments about kind of what she thinks. But I thought it was a very positive experience, and it's important to us not just to get this approved, but it's important that we do the right thing in the neighborhood. I love these kind of stores that are connected to neighborhoods. We have several stores like this. We have another one in Westport that's very much like this. But I realize that the support of the neighborhood is extremely important, and I can't go in there and doing things that people are not going to approve or like. And so it was important to us to understand what everybody thinks about this. And again, you know, the plan with the landscape, and when I seen the Phillips or whatever the gas station, the convenience store to the south, I felt that they had done the exact same thing. And this was just an very awkward situation where this fence, when we redid our lot, was literally going to be within about 4 or 5 feet of the back of this house. This, like Patricia said, the fate of this house was determined in the early 90s. I just don't, I don't know who, there's never going to be a family that's going to take over this house because there's no yard for the kids to play or anything like that. So we thought it was an opportunity that made sense for the neighborhood, made sense for us. Ultimately, it will give us more space. Probably the most critical out of the bunch is the stack on our drive-through, so we can keep that off of Warnell Road. Unfortunately, in Westport, it's a small lot. It has 27 parking spots. There's a lot next to us that's actually owned by Quick Trip. We have people park in that lot all the time. And if you've been by that store on a July night, I've seen the drive-through backed up all the way to Mike's, the liquor store to the east. And so we are busting at the seams. We do hope that this store will take a little bit of pressure off of Westport. But it's just a concern of mine that we can, run our business. We think it's going to be a great location. We're very excited about it, but we're trying to, this is it's a huge additional cost for us to take on to buy this house and to develop the rest of that property. It puts us as the most expensive store that we're going to have in Kansas City, as far as the cost of the dirt and the building, but we think it's the right thing to do for the neighborhood and the right thing to do for us. And I think it's going to help us contain our business inside that property better than it would otherwise. Again, we will landscape this, we will irrigate it, we will mow it. It'll look like the rest of our place. And hopefully some have been by some of our other locations, but I think that's all I've got.
Mr. Chairman, I've got the last slide goes over some conditions that the staff recommended, some modifications if you choose to recommend approval. I don't know if you want to hear the testimony from Tracy Graybill and Christina Abnos first, and any others that are online before we go over this. So I'm going to leave that up to you.
Okay, it'd probably be best if we go ahead and go through public testimony first and then come back to you guys after that, so you can address the public testimony as well as the concerns you might have over the conditions.
That sounds great.
So any questions from the commission to the applicant on this project?
Yeah, I think Andy already addressed it, but I feel like we're stuck in this situation where if someone's on the call, they're going to understand the context of what happened, but the average person in that neighborhood's going to be like, okay, you approved something, they knew they didn't have the parking or the stacking that they needed, the area for stacking. So then they came in and bought this other parcel knowing that we were already halfway committed to this. And so to avoid that, I want to try to make this as great for the neighborhood as possible. It sounds like you said you'd be willing to do a lot of extra landscaping on the west side of that wall. Would you also be willing to add sidewalk along there too, to try to help add some extra pedestrian connectivity there, even though I don't think it was illustrated as having it?
Commissioner Enders, I believe that there is a sidewalk along Washington, and we will be required to repair it.
Great.
And bring it up to.
Any other questions from the commission to the applicant?
I don't think there is sidewalk there. I think it's kind of one of those situations in Waldo where they don't have sidewalks.
And now that I read it again, it looks like 24 has the addition of that. I read earlier only the part along 79th, and so I didn't realize that there was also condition 24. It says indicate on submitted plans the location of a sidewalk to be constructed along Washington Street.
Yeah, I've been by that site several times and I can't remember now, but I thought there was, but if not, we are required to put one in.
We're getting an update from our neighborhood association tomorrow if anyone wants to join on the sidewalks.
Okay, any other questions from the commission to the applicant? Okay, seeing none, Joe, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony.
Yeah, we have Christina Abnos first and then Tracy Graybill.
Okay. So Christina, as you come off mute, please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Christina Abnos. My mailing address is 2001 Grand Boulevard, number 206, Kansas City, Missouri, 64108. The property address that we own is 7901 Warnell, and also 306 West 79th Terrace. And the building has, our building is located southeast of the location, the proposed location. And we support this. We think this is an excellent idea. The additional parking is probably the best thing that could happen for that area. Very few times have big businesses been opened that have sufficient parking for their needs. And we're elated to see that. Any improvement that's in that area is welcome as far as I'm concerned, especially since there hasn't been anything really developed over there since Jimmy John's and the facelift being done to the grocery store.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Tracy is the next person.
Okay, Tracy, as you come off mute, please state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, this is Tracy Graybill, and my address is 7840 Washington Street, Kansas City, Missouri. I've been in this neighborhood since Christmas of '98, so I've been around to see a lot of different versions of Waldo. And I'm here to tell you, I'm so excited to have, and I think it's the best of both worlds. When you live on a corner like I do, that's so close to businesses, it's a relief to have a nice family-oriented business on a corner that shuts down at 10:30 at night that has promised to keep up a property. There is, oh, I've seen the drawings. It's a very nice looking drawing. I'm just relieved because I think really it's the best situation that could possibly be for the neighborhood that I live in that's right directly behind that Andy's. I don't see a problem with expanding. I know that there is concern on the planning side that once that's made rezoned into a business zoning area, that the future is, sort of wobbly about what happens. But I'm here to tell you that just because there was a house there across the street doesn't mean it was particularly residential. It never really has been. And just privately, I'm very much relieved to see that house go down. I don't know what was happening over there. I'm not a DEA agent, but I suspect that for many years that was a drug house. So on a personal side, I'm glad to see it go down and to see something, again, more family oriented and nice looking and well kept come up in the neighborhood. And just let me remind you that Burbelia has been empty now for, correct me if I'm wrong, for about 6 years now. And it was an eyesore and it was problematic. And there were homeless people sleeping either in the building or out in the parking lot. I'm not sure. So I'm also personally relieved to see that area cleaned up. What's the other option? Have you seen the rest of Waldo? I mean, it's all used car lots and CBD oil stores, and it's just nice to have a different option. So I'm all in favor of it. I don't feel like by expanding that property, it's really going to make a difference towards the worst on this side of the neighborhood. That's all I have.
Thank you. Anybody else, Joe?
No one else.
Okay, at this time, we'll go ahead and close public testimony. So I guess any comments to address the public testimony, there probably won't be any, I would guess. So let's go ahead and look at the conditions that you're talking about and address that.
Okay, great. Mr. Chairman, I would just say that we had a very positive neighborhood meeting with the West Waldo Neighborhood Association. There were many individuals there who spoke in favor of this, including some board members. So here are the staff recommended conditions are contained in a document attached to your staff report called Plan Conditions, Corrections, and Recommendations Report. The first item that we're asking to revise is to revise condition number 1 or revise condition number 4 just to add additional language. It's a platting condition, which is really unnecessary on this site. All of these lots can simply be combined, and the code section I cited provides for that. So I've asked to add language at the end that says, or combine the lots as provided by section 88-535-02-C lot consolidations. Number 2, and I don't know if staff was using wall as a purposeful masonry wall recommendation, but what we have planned there was a fence. And so what we would like to do is revise conditions 16, 22, and 32 to provide for a fence rather than a wall parallel to Washington. Number 3, revise conditions 17 and 33 to provide additional landscaping of at least 4 feet in height after the first growing season rather than 6 feet in height. The code provisions on landscaping provide for 4 feet, not 6 feet. And then the final condition, which I'm surprised has come up now, because if it were a concern, it should have been a condition when the overall Andy site was approved back in September is a condition that reads that the property is located within the boundaries of the Waldo District Streetscape Enhancement Plan. Applicant should implement the recommendations found on page 15 of the plan that include 1, installation of 2 pedestrian lights. Approved lighting types can be found on page 10 of the plan. And 2, installation of 2 street lights refer to city standards. That he's talking about what to be done along Warnell Street, which this was not a condition of our original approval. It's also my understanding after having done some further research on this plan, that this plan arose out of the Waldo Community Improvement District. And that was approved through the Waldo Community Improvement District. They paid for the plan. And they are currently implementing the plan because they have a 0.5-cent sales tax from any of the businesses along that area, as well as a special assessment that gets put on individual lots along that area. So the CID is implementing that plan because all of the businesses along that area are contributing to it by the sales taxes that are being paid. So those are our recommended revisions to the conditions that are contained as an attachment to your staff report.
Okay.
I have a question. So, Patricia, are those lights for the surrounding streets? They're not for the site itself?
Oh, yeah, it's the surrounding streets.
Okay, so what you're saying is that's not really in the scope of a project to do that. That's in the scope of the.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying it should have been something that was brought up back in September. Pedestrian lighting is not something that's a city requirement. Developers all the time have to put in street lights if no street lights exist. But this is really being done by the Waldo CID, and it was a plan that arose out of the Waldo CID. So we believe Andy's, of course, will be contributing to the CID substantially with the 0.5-cent sales tax on all of its products.
Can staff comment on that? Like, is that something that the CID would take care of through the sales tax if the property owner didn't install those lights?
I believe so. And
yeah.
I believe Patricia's correct. I think that condition probably should have been added originally with the corner piece that's adjacent to Warnell. So I think
Zach, who recommended that condition?
I think Brian Jackson recommended that, our long range planner for this area. And I'm not sure if he's on or not.
I apologize. Number one, we got a DRC staff condition list back at the end of January, or January 20th. It did not have these conditions I'm referencing today. Otherwise, I would have taken care of it. We received the staff report on Friday. It had additional conditions. I sent an email to Brian and Zach and Joe yesterday. I know everybody was off, but that was the first opportunity I had. And,
So
and Brian has not responded.
So Ms. Jensen, I just want to confirm what I understood, that Andy's will be a member of the CID. So therefore the assessment that he would be charged would go toward the improvements that the CID wants to do.
Yeah, both that and the sales taxes. The sales taxes are gonna produce much more substantial funds for the CID. But yes, that CID is on both sides of Warnell from Gregory down to 85th Street.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, kind of like at this point in time, staff to address these 4 comments here, one by one, so we can determine what to do.
Yeah,
So
I can address those. I think condition 1, I think that's fine. We can add the language that Patricia is recommending for condition 1, or excuse me,
Okay.
condition 4. I'm sorry. And
Zach?
then yeah, go ahead.
This is Stacy from Land Development. For condition number 4, I would ask that be completed prior to the issuance of the temporary certificate of occupancy to ensure there is follow through to complete that condition.
I don't have an issue with that.
Okay.
And then with conditions 16, 22, and 32 pertaining to the wall, I think staff was just looking for something that will hold up in the long run better and be more well-maintained. Generally speaking, fences tend to have more wear over time and be less well-maintained. And so that was kind of the position that staff had with that. I think overall the fence satisfies kind of the intent that staff was looking for. So I think that it would be all right to replace the wall with the fence. I think it still meets the intent of what we're looking for.
Okay.
We plan to build a very substantial fence.
All right. So third item, Zach.
Yeah, and then with conditions 17 and 33 with the landscaping, the intent was really just to provide as much visual screening as possible. And I think that replacing it 6 feet with 4 feet instead of 6 feet, I think staff, we can live with that as well. I do acknowledge that there are second floor units, which, you know, it won't matter if it's 6 feet or 4 feet. That won't provide enough visual screening to the screen from the second floor. So I think we can revise that one as well from 6 feet to 4 feet.
Okay. And then item 4.
And then item 4, I don't believe that I think Joe might have to speak on this one, but I don't think it really pertains to this lot in particular. And so I wasn't the one that added this. This was our long range planning. And so
Okay.
Number 4 is condition 26 in the report, and that's about the streetscape improvements.
Right.
I think it should be deleted.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So real quick, going back to the second item, how tall is that fence going to be? Is that an 8-foot fence or 6 foot?
I believe it's 6. Andy?
It doesn't matter to me. We'll build, I guess, is whatever's preferred. I mean,
the code, I think, would allow for up to, I believe this would be considered the side yard. So I believe it would be allowed up to 6 feet.
Okay.
It wouldn't allow for 8 feet.
I'm happy to do 8 feet. It's no problem at all. In fact, it really, honestly, I'd probably throw it at the neighbors across the street and see what they would prefer. And I'm happy to do an 8-foot fence. It might protect the lighting from the cars coming around and all that better.
Well, the code doesn't allow for 8-foot fences, so I think 6 foot would be appropriate.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Is there any questions from the commission on these 4 items? Okay. Do you mind taking this down, Zach?
Sure.
All right. With that, anything else, applicant?
No, nothing else. Thank you
Okay.
for your time.
Thank you.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Yep. This time we'll close any testimony and go amongst the commission. Any thoughts or comments on this? If none, I will take a motion.
Unfortunately, I'm about to disagree with some of my neighbors. I'm gonna be in support of staff's recommendation. I don't really, demolishing housing for parking is not in line with many of our area plans and goals for the city. And I do worry about the historical precedent when it comes to that lot. Because while there is no backyard, I do think that housing along that street is really critical. So I'm gonna have to support staff's recommendation.
To echo some of the thoughts that Commissioner Baker has, I kind of have been, thinking about this. We've been talking about it as almost a foregone conclusion, in that this is a really unique situation. The alternative, of course, would be that since the property has already been purchased, there could be some sort of great housing option there that would provide a better buffer than the alternative of parking. And I was very concerned about stacking. And so I kind of viewed this situation as like a really good opportunity to validate getting extra surface area so that we can reduce stacking on Warnell. And so it's kind of a beautiful situation. Should though we go the opposite route and maintain housing there, which again is in theory a better buffer, and the alternative isn't that the status quo stays the same. It could be an improved house that the neighbors would prefer even more than parking. Perhaps some of those other semi-vacant lots would also turn to housing. I wish we could hear from the multifamily owners just to the north as well. But I guess that their lack of participation in this also shows that they probably aren't too turned off by the new proposal. So anyway, yeah, I think it ends up probably working for the best. Probably gonna be in support of it, but it's a tough call.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. It is kind of tough to encroach into the neighborhood, but I think without having this, it'd make it a pretty difficult situation for the house to the west to really have a decent yard, and I just don't think it'd work out as well. And the proposal that they have before us is a much better option than what was before. So, anybody else?
Yeah, I like the idea of taking cars off the street. At Westport, I've been there where it is actually a traffic hazard. Andy's is very popular, which is great, but they are back up to Mike's a lot. So having that more parking, especially on Warnell, which is a busy road, I think is a good option. And I actually think, there isn't really, when you have a look at the other mixed use areas up on that strip, very hard to say that this is going to encroach into the neighborhood.
I think I'm waffling on it as well. I think I really like the idea that the neighborhood would get more density on that site if it was to convert to mixed use. I feel like talking about it being converted to mixed use is really not addressing what's happening, which is that it's getting additional parking. I'd like to see more density there if it could be, but the reality is that I think Andy's is going to be a huge improvement for that neighborhood and will create a nice buffer. I think about living in Brookside and my kids wanting to go get ice cream and thinking, oh, there's too much traffic. Let's just get on our bikes and go. And because of the trolley trail, I just think it would be a great opportunity to encourage people to find another way to get there other than cars, because it does have such great bike amenity right down the street. So I think I'm going to be for it, but I wish that we would kind of put more pressure on cars to find other means of transportation when we have really good bike trails nearby.
Okay, anybody else? I guess I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, what do you want the motion to be? Because staff has recommended denial. I would put a motion forward that I'm in favour of 18 point as presented by Andy's. So I'm just struggling what a motion like that would look like.
Well, I think you make the motion that you do approve the project with the conditions provided, and then go from there if you want to adjust those 4 items or those bullet points the applicant has requested.
Mr. Chair, I approve application 18.1, 18.2, 18.3 with staff conditions. As I don't know, we amended or we amended some of those staff conditions too. So as discussed and amended with the applicant.
Okay, would you like me to go through those?
Yeah.
Okay, so it would be condition number 4, that we would allow the lot consolidation to occur per the regulation stated prior to the temporary certificate of occupancy. Conditions 16, 22, and 32 provide for a 6-foot tall fence in lieu of a wall. Conditions 17 and 33 allow the landscape to be 4 feet in height in lieu of 6 feet, and then delete condition number 26 altogether. So that's the motion.
That's the motion. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second. Lisa, do you mind taking roll call, please, on that particular motion?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Nay.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, so it looks like the motion passes for the approval of the project with the subject conditions as modified. We appreciate you coming in and good luck with your project. We're looking forward to more Andy's Ice Cream.
Thank you all for your time.
Appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bet.
Okay, looks like, Joe, we're on our last docket item for the day, number 19.
Mr. Chair, I've got a 2 o'clock that I can't miss, so I'm not sure
Okay.
whether we'll get this done in 10 minutes, but I'll hang on until that time. But
okay,
probably not.
Sounds good.
All right, docket item 19 is case number ROW 2019-00026. This is a request to vacate a portion of North Airwold Drive, located north of Northwest 112th, between North Ambassador on the west and North Pomona on the east. Shu Wood is the staff planner.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Welcome back. Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you. It's hard to adjust back, but there we go. So this case in front of us is a request for vacation. The location of the subject site is at 11200 North Airwold Drive. Here's the general location. It's located really close to the airport on the east side of I-29. More specifically, it's located on the north side of Northwest 112th Street and in between North Ambassador Drive to the west and Congress Avenue to the east. Currently, the land is zoned M2-3. There is an office use located on the east side of the North Airwold Drive. The portion the applicant requested to vacate is located in the middle of this, is located in the end of this Airwold Drive, which is marked in this red little rectangle. And the surrounding land use of the subject site, including office uses and commercial uses, zoned from B3-3 to M2-3. There is an approved plan on the north side of the subject site, which has been approved by the City Planning Commission to build a 630,000 square foot office and warehouse use. Here's the view looking north from North Airwood Drive. It is a dead-end road. And this is the view looking south from Airwood Drive. The applicant proposed to vacate a portion of the Airwood Drive as big as 60 foot wide and around 120 foot long. And this site map located on the right hand is showing the approved plan for the office and warehouse use. As you can see, the requested portion to be vacated is located on the south side of this subject site. Staff has reviewed this vacation application based off the criteria in our code, and staff recommends approval with conditions listed below. The first one is addressing the easement that requested by Evergy. The second one is a condition placed by the fire department regarding to the fire hydrants. The third one, which is the last one, is an easement request by the Kisima Water Service. That shall conclude my presentation, and I'm open to questions.
Okay, any questions from the commission to staff? Okay, seeing none. Joe, do we have the applicant available?
The applicant is available, and Brett, I just promoted you to be a panelist. She should be able to talk here in a second.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can everyone see and hear me?
Yes.
All right. Hey, wrapping up the day here. Yeah, everything is as described. I think again, for the record, Brett Olson, 7301 West 133rd Street. On behalf of Van Trust Real Estate, no issues with the conditions. Just a clarification that all easements necessary for utilities can be either platted and or by separate instrument, just a matter of timing. Just want to confirm that. Yes, the building is out of the ground, actually, about 50% complete. So we want to get things moving with the plat as soon as possible after this.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission to the applicant? All right, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. Joe, is there anybody that's raised their hand?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public testimony then, and if there's no other questions, I'll take a motion.
Chair, I move to approve docket item 19 with conditions.
Okay, I have a motion.
Second.
Got a motion in a second. Lisa, do you mind taking roll call, please?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Sanders,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski. Aye.
Okay, looks like motion passes to vacate the little piece of roadway. So thank you for bringing it in, and good luck with the project.
Thanks, guys. Have a great rest of the day.
All right, thank you. I think that concludes our meeting today. I don't think there's anything else that we had to discuss at this particular time. I think, talk to everybody but Commissioner Rojas about the comp plan and about different assignments. So I'll go ahead and send those out. I know Tyler was looking forward to being part of the infrastructure committee. So I'll send that an email out about that, kind of what we've talked about, so everybody knows, and then go from there.
Okay.
Anything else?
No, that's it.
All right, looks like you made your 2 o'clock call, Bruce.
Thanks, everyone.
Yep, thank you.
Y'all take
See you.
care. Stay warm.
All right.
Bye, guys.